Fellow Ghanaians are citizens of Omofia. Radio Gold is back. I saw his Kokosa reporting. I saw
some of what is happening is unacceptable. And so we will resist any attempt to subvert the sovereign will of the Ghanaian people. The right thing must be done. We will not accept anything short of a declaration of the legitimate result.
T4 Yachino. T4 Yachino. Okronfo Yasonimu. Erinunu Yasonimu. Fiafeto Ojuloye. We know you still want our money. We know you still want electricity. We are sure you are about to still wanna go in Japan. What we no go grip you wanna ballot paper. Drop it. I no go grip my vote for count. You cannot suppress sovereignty of the people. You dare not steal my vote. You can fool some of the people all the time. You can fool all the people some of the time. You cannot fool all the people all the time. Okwasianiate agronagu. T4 Yachino. Okronfo Yasonimu. Erinunu Yasonimu. Fiafeto Ojuloye. Kaya Barao. I no go grip my vote for count. Ole. You cannot use police to intimidate us. Because police, they are our friends. You cannot use soldiers to kill us. Because soldiers, they are our families.
Pampaso, and a Juma de brought a hottest social political program. A fayina Juma de Neshas here earlier, you call Parliament. We the Appointments Committee of Parliament, vetting of a year nominees as started when him say somewhere last week. And a president a year John Dramani Mahama, what they aswa for Makoma Komi and San Edibe Tuja. Sir Parliamentary share na fi woman started enyom hojuma woman yom hojuma yin parliament jom tumwa woman at the report be kwa command of the presidency na fi so atimi aswom in na our respective ministries are yabom din so woman ko nkosom Ghana no woman so atimi akostati adwuma Dr. Cathedral atoba forcing wono ene oba be Ghana sana hene sikasem ono babehwe so eti wono enene after anasi over 4 hours a ball anopa no do afeina ye janimu ti Dr. Cathedral Atoban Forsen Minister Designate for Finance we vetting enya asem ketwa eti minimsa akatu Dr. Akuritinga, yes, Dominic Ayene, wono echo as Minister of Attorney General and after Minister of Justice, or Attorney General and Minister of Justice, wono so Yaboni Dean, and after so John Abdullahi, Jinapo, wono so Energy Ministry, wako akwako sheso. It is so far, Oma Wiebako, 2 more to go. 81 man down. Akatua wamba beshabwana finso omotimi adihu jumadi nti Ghana finance minister designate wawie the vetting after 4 hours, over 4 hours. Questions how do omotoma no ene anu year or the abani nyina no. It was live on Gold 90.5 FM, but assurances be aba taxes how do Ebrana President Mahama na one Professor Nana Jinopo Kwajaman Ekwa Probo as flag bearer and running mate na omoka bibi about betting tax levy and may the finance minister designate wakachim say the campaign promise it will hold, yes, enti sending the bosses no ekaye Ebrana omoko campaign no as finance minister if given the opportunity or my metrioma and what from the next year budgeter. Nyami Adama him say in the month of February, you benya your full budget statement ebe cover the whole year no. One more ebe chabwana fin so omotimi a year frame. Details in our hand so far. Issues how do a call ye ya trans ye babe do so na fi yon ha neman so ebe sifa akọ. So far, the veteran so questions abano saying na okafa ho, were you impressed? The questions a call ye anu ye fi honorable finance minister designate and chairman no send a name sifa ekoye issues no hanom ye be na fi so yeso etimi akere adwon wo kama na President Mahama over the weekend Saturday and letter from the presidency wajina Ghana mraso enei ministries outdoor mako aduasa watwa mako ahe me enson adiegu amana kwa aye aduenu miensa aye 23 it is here in the ministry sir eba be juma under President Mahama no aye 23 ministries etino ye ba be menya 23 substantive ministers our Ghana under President Mahama the second term ono so timi aba ne etoso mienu enso so aye about 2 year 2020 and now phase so 2024 nipa bi ade mra hye wo nsem se tututuo ekunkum krofo no meno kasai letter from the presidency akọ Ghana Police Service ya address to Akufu Dampare IGP say ono so hwe na investigations and start edano fieda ena sa nkrata no so etimi call ya yedi kan ete homa eno so eda hanom a yeba ababedi ho enkomo na se babedi ho enkomo ebiyo enkwada na bie school Oko second cycle schools now I'm talking about secondary education, free senior high school, and then the challenges. One of the main challenges are now confronting free senior high school no feeding na enche chance for any PTA and penny for cra catcher by sabeya and ka schools no yaman kwara nyina mrafie na yen trase na yen make sure say ye de niam beto to akwan mu ansane mankwara na sa back to school. Enra President Mahama amiati say wa instructing the chief of staff Honorable Julius Debra Ghana's chief say onhwemwa na one Ghana Education Service for Cameroon as matter of agency no woman share na woman distribute nuane enko secondary schools no na fesu kwara no nya aduana papa enso ntimini and also da ha yebedi hu enkomo oral when operation recover all loot. Say Honorable Samuel Kuje to Ablakwa edi anim no. Oma start echo rounds. Na abanya pade ne sasia President Akufo-Addo former president when administration turn them individuals and some real estate developers no. Oma start echo rounds the details ni bi ebro na finsu ya hwe hawa ene man so esifatie ne update ano so wono so ya trasi ye behwe ne yakom na fe yehu hawa ene ma besifa akọ Now, President Mahama so forming 5-member committee. Honorable Collins Dauda and Dano, then Omokakoye, Yenuanua, Wamoye Muslimi Fua, Afibia, Omko Mecca. Under President Akufo-Addo, the former president, no mutua 75,000 Ghana cedis, Kanet 750 million. Sikai, anote, papa, Nanya Semketua. Under President Mahama first term, they were paying everyone saying 11,900. Yes, if my memory sets me right, figure I don't know 11,500, 900. Na enu 12,000. President Mama dia chireja honom no ekopem 75,000. Nei wose committee ni hwe na fee no omo reduce eno so aye campaign promiser wode ma union mozamifo eno so yabedi hu enkomo. The issue about National Cathedral. President Mama aka ho asem enra ebra na omede aye thank you service ehye so ewo aye UPSA waka kirem se emprempren yes akuapem ni beka emprempren aye wo mu ene sika ho akwaatwe ne yesika da ye kofes mu nyina no ama otwa mu adi aye nya sika mo ho bra no wosinya sabre ena ye kotam $400 million tiedie pa $400 million akwakosi National Cathedral was it abi nyansa bi enim sabi na no sisimina so it doesn't make sense say ye be committee over 400 million e de akwako say ye kwakosi asodan ankoda enya ye fa ne say sika anase aduane enni e wo secondary schools no enya de se be ya adwuma na ye ka eye National Cathedral issue na. Listen to me today. President Akufo-Addo before Ghana for beto abatia ono and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia aban no na ya committee the state funds $58 million. Listen to me carefully. President Akufo-Addo under the tenure a wono no se nyankopon okohyebo se nyame man bedi president a obesi asodan de ahyeda no nyame no wa committee $58 million edisi so or person odisi asodan no. But unfortunately want me to foundation otuamna ene nsuo begu mu ne sa eye swimming pool no odija honom no eye $58 million. Now listen to me. Ebia ya me mame o ya me papa sa dollar ayi me use on sheda ntiase Ghana sika no ye onum yenu ye rolling sika ene tetede no mekọ honom ene ye wo eye kufo de a wosesan ya ne ene ye die nsisi no na ene yemfa ne se dollar ne 15 cedis dollar ne 15 cedis $1 million bia no $1 million bia no eye 15 eye million Ghana cedis what they call connected anymore 150 billion 80 billion no mako 150 eye $1 million 150 billion. Listen to me, billion mako 150 times 58. And a President Akufo-Addo want to be first day annual lentil. Want to be first day annual window level. Want him and 2 blocks mako miasa. 150 billion a rolling sika. Would be boho mako 58. Adionum enwatwe. Adionum enwatwe. 150 billion times 58. And a President Akufo-Addo a committee to the building of National Cathedral no. Na okono amana eno dija honum. Eti issues we say nyina issues ane yatena si yebedi hu nkoma enya asem ketewa. Na wo hwe wa kire mana. Aka sima mako ebeye aduonu nan na awia no miesa abo. Na jumade na live on Facebook Radio Gold 905 FM Ransford R.K.B achiniye Alaska ewo ha Sabiga ewo hanom ena ye Patrick Aswodu nsu di Ora team no achi ye behwe na afeso yetimi akono ho na Sir Kofi rather Sir Kofi edi Ora team na achi eti ye behwe na afeso Kofi beba ahoma ne so na yaji details de afini honom na afeso yetimi akokodi akoanim platforms how do epic show no edoso eti mo abrochire mo Ghana ye welcome mu nyina to the show na time no call Honorable Daniel Kwasi Ashiama a Monday class prophet. Monday class prophet or a former member of parliament for a Buim constituency and ne or Hanum do Monday be an honorable. One two coin and Bibian Sinu Quanya or no show no energy. Or Mount Quanya, you do be a can home. Now for yet me call bunch and four and so I can forma oh yache time in ho. Ha is ya no need election be here and with the pink sheet cock of fire be him. Pink sheet as if be him. My elections are we or party are winning into Bashua, making sure see you be on time. Asa. Aha. Why elections are we or party are winning and you have to make register be a dubabia. Yes, after election, no campaign. It not just near 10 no. Now, President Mahama appointment kemuno. Appointment no so far. Wachere say what the nipa 23 na be adwuma for our ministries no. E wo me say ministries ni be nya deputies there. But ene nipa miensa no obom din. Aka 20. Hwan na eba. Lobbies upon lobbies. Lobbying e kwaso nya asem ketwa. Na ya tete kra se ebinom stimi fro bi kra wone no de wona bo ahyiama ministry we unim brama bre so hu unim na me ko na de ade mate se de ma o masa over study wate over study wate I want for her but I know sir President Mama onim ni oye onim ni oye but me monitor me tiadin na me monitor. Yes, metia weekend me home family but I was able to move out. Yes. And meetings outward the IB. Now me monitor camp be any who are meeting the news. And appointment no beto ho no more. And yes mesre. Yes you can want some never can want some. It is sanity but the mama is a guy. Iti papa me microphone no e wa chiri. Yes. Pressure dey be also. But adwumayfo no adwuma no de adwuma no so apafo a commitment level no wo no wo na so no ye adwuma yes me peso be yi na for say ma free because o nye na fofo adwuma me peso be yi na for say ma free mu nye na fofo adwuma wa papa bi a meeting din ze bi a obetime ani minister no oni constituency or party nim and me mo bi adi yes me mo bi adi yes so papa bi minister oni constituency bi a Ministerial appointment because at the end of the 4 years one say a year appointment reflect a form so na solve problems outdoor but at the end of the day say also to me consider obi or constituency or also be to me at the aboa form for no na one more to me amount numbers for 2028 ni nyina ka ho but obi on share any constituency dear onye yi dear o dear you be kan wasem you be can was later or have a mechiao Mausa was history.
Media our body, Abon Keko, and Yamina Mimo be 1 year now, be more.
I only born a keke. Say, yeah, I remember now, Matisse,
that's right.
The ministry no person Baha. Now, watch your friend, or I shama, no one about Monday. Menunatiano, I didn't remember walk away for children. To the sense, if you got to be took a coffee, Matisse, person by ministry, oh, probably with no.
Metuana mafo frenti oh lobby there no will be say oh lobby there oh na me there asemba kwa me say wa bom na kire wa do
yes
nti me there I will just continue to do my job
and
there are some struggles you struggle at the end of the day kromo de adwuma no ma kromo to me
and
now the bufa shaman for bebre
yeah
so I have faith in the appointing authorities. Let's see what God will do. Yeah, Wachi.
Yeah, Teacher President Mama will address the nation at 7 p.m. today.
Okay.
I want the office of cantonment. So, say we flyer about a speech from the president. Speech from the president. No, I think this will be a
different one.
Yeah. Nipa now share flyer no speech from president elect. Now we don't have president elect.
And
yes, we have president. Even though date be in studio, so please check it. Yeah, check it. Yes, whoever forwarded this to you, please, sorry for that error. Yes, it's an old flyer, and more forwarded near mana. You should check it before Sanama forwarded the Abba. It's a GMO speakers. No, we are president elect. Now there's a new president elect. Your president. So sorry for that error. Honorable.
Yeah.
Mam Sama Koba.
Yeah, what is it?
Yam now swear.
Oh, Boko. Say a war. So ye gusu ye tietin sem anania eba enne during the vetting year eba and dras so about the fresh chest feeding heart issues but medical abomampeni His Excellency John Dramani Mahama edanasi ostati ejuma basa MPP for giant Omaja Juma Basa to the extent say Omanye preparation bia aman kodediani to the extent say the preparation for energy situation enye say fuel yebenya enough fuel. Meanwhile Mahama aircon wajom excess capacity betina so ye papa kokra nanado danko akufado say the lights are on no enya anu nko an obi a light no and my excess capacity and you were using it, you were not paying or replacing for it or now you did all this for 8 years now. So we thank His Excellency the Finance Minister nominee in their coveting. He did very well. I congratulate him. Very, very well. He was so succinct. Now, o can be say, no ni priority, ni here no pa ne say CD. Ebe bafoma, udi CD akosisa $, ube to me, edi aye juma ye, and now cost fan chances so the same thing. Na enyama buoso sono embra form. Se CD ba form exchange rate no year, be on se enyama buoso so ebe ba form. And anye eka ho a eye me de kra ne say job creation enu ni asema ewo ho sisi a esese because Boakye uhwe Ghana sese pa de asobia senye ban ensenyo eduane a ye bedua ama ye wo abro ye wo nkatie ye wo banchi ye wo abe se duane ni ye ni bi na no ahun se Trari Bagana manfo kasa bebrebe Boakye Trari no obekọ akọblock ni border na ye tomatoes ya yedi na ya hwe to send inside but odo okọ afom kodo ya ye nam kroma ishe tade no ye ndo and so everything we have to import from east and west the beer and this is what the 24-hour economy is coming to cure. Ye be stress me de ne me stress Boakye me ka chose me de kreduma de ne be stress pa ni se on se embrante no programs no ba mo akachia menua mentina ho food or agribusiness no eska it brings a lot of money. And that is the only way I able to me fast say no. The lot of you fa omugu hono. Ye bet to me amom ejuma bia ye.
Honorable, mame take a minute. Na me reporter ankasa or the oral team na chia. One more call rounds or Greater Accra. Kofi ewa humane so good afternoon Kofi.
Hello, good afternoon Boakye.
Bibi aboko there.
Yes, I do. You could
Meaning say only team aura no pa report here say more movements. Which part of Accra na Ghana na Moses here then ekoso.
No, me da say. Na Boakye see am no ka say the team no to aprobo boy no and ewie no omo de abewie see am no ka say. Na ye sha say no omo ko mia mako be enu na edikan no omo de kan call agri mechanization center work cantonment. Omo flew on omo do money share Northern Development Authority office. I no so ben American embassy that area ho no so cantonment. Omo flew on omo call AU village wa la wireless almost call la boni and almost call umko now East Cantonment na me fan of baako and the kind agric mechanization center no abra yeko pimo no that center no a center a buying tractors yedima for more omode mechanized agriculture no ɛhɔ ɛna sɛ ɔmo import efi aburokyire ba ɛhɔ na ban ekipi saa equipment no na wa kyekyɛ ama ekurafoɔ ɛwɔ Ghana fa no nyinaa apart from that no ɔmo san so ekipi fertilizer ɛne nneɛma yɛde yɛ ekua ho nneɛma bebree ɛwɔ saa center hɔ nti nipa dɔm paa na ɛwɔ hɔ a ɔmo yɛ adwuma over 3,000 workers ɛna ɔmo hɔ ɔmo yɛ adwuma na wɔn sɛ mpanyinfoɔ no ɔmo sɛ abira ɔmo wɔ hɔ ɛnkyɛn biara ɛna yɛde letter bro ɔmo sɛ saa facility no nyinaa no yɛatɔn ɛde ama private developer bi nti ɔmo nyinaa mfiri hɔ na yi ɔmo afiri hɔ na ɛde ɔmo akɔ baabi a ɛsi ɛfɛ amerehia na ɛno ɛde ɔhaw kɛseɛ.
No. Producer way. Okay. I'm say Akate. Me conduct interviews. I'm on me because we be a bit me see. Skofi Ahomana Kate. So production team, please, Mama Honyaha because time you know. Honorable, Mami to you now, Kasa.
Yeah, Niti Embrantie SSE who say in there say Anoa Ghana number 1 year in
yes,
and then number 2 Susuno agribusiness I can wasem it will not happen. The Burkina Faso no ni fantu ha medima Jane Efreho Mponchin cry Efreho Nantwe Efreho Bebre Efreho anya ni nyina mum. So we need to turn our attention to our soil. Na hu ne be ba Boakye assembly a ewo ho a metwa Minister of Energy se omra meye no enu ni ECG no ohawo ho pa esese yen solve no tem ne enti a ye to credit ama ni boye din a yesu ni nyina edese ECG oye na djuma wa develop ni software as a software no yetumi edi koto ebia credit edi ma third parties maybe amuto prepaid no ena MPP for yi buy no instead of the third party say to credit no from ECG direct no oma be create a level bi a yefre no super vendor sa super vendor no company the TGL.
Okay, honorable Mamini Kofi Oline call it was so.
Yes, okay, what me da say said na manu gu so me kasa na me say o di kan ko pie mu agric mechanization center I work cantonment na say na me di kan cheswe mu no eho a center bi a ye aban kipi ekuafo ho niema e wo ho te say machines any fertilizer any niema eboa ekuafo no say ye di fi amana ne ba ho na ye di kan ye kipi na ya teche ama ekuafo mo Ghana fa ne hina na obia nso anya bi na ode aye ekuayo na ma aduane aba krom ama ye na eno na sa center no asase kakaka ne hina na aban dia na no impenifo mo ho chemu a omuso mo ho na yede letter ebro omo say sa center ho hina no ayade omoton e de ama private developer nti obi e ba be developer ho hina nti omo hina enfree ho na yede omo ko baby foforo na eno na ko pie mo ho a eye aban ya dan ne machines ahodo ho hina no ye bubu edan ni hina edan no zingle e wo su ni na ye tutu na doors ye tutu ni na machines a yakra if you amana ne anko say de ko boa ekuafo no ni na no ya system machines ni na any document in kratasem a efa sa machines a yakra ne niema sa ban eye ni na anka aban insitan ya be anka aban foforo maba no o metumi anya sa nkrata document no ma hweso no we say anka o say we ko anka o say we ko anka o say we ko no sa nkrata se ni na no o ma hye na ama uko piem wo ho no a ahoni na no ya sako bia ho yɛsi obi ɛna ɛba abɛgye saa asase no na ɔde asi ɔno ano dan nti yɛkɔpie mu hɔ no deɛ na ɛkɔ so ɔno na ɛyɛ awerɛhosɛm yie ankasa sɛ wokɔ saa yard hɔ no dan n'akyi a asase ɛda hɔ no nso no sɛ kakraka ɛno nso ɛyɛ aban asase na yɛkɔɔ no yɛkɔhuu sɛ ɔmo si dan ɔmo si aborɔnsan ɛyɛ bungalows ɛwɔ hɔ aborɔnsan ɛtoa so mmiɛnsa ebi toa so 9 ɛwɔ hɔ ɛna ebi sɛ mu ɔmo se ɛyɛ aban asase na former minister for lands ɛyɛ abugyinapɔ ɔno yɛsi ɛyɛ atisɛm yɛsi wato ɛhɔ no ɛde ama ɔno ankasa ne nua yɛfrɛ no professor Abdullahi Jinapɔ ɛnyɛ John Jinapɔ deɛ ɔyɛ MP no ne nua foforɔ yɛsi yɛfrɛ no Abdullahi Jinapɔ wato ɛhɔ de ama no a ɔde hɔ no so ɛsisi ne dan bebree a ɔkɔ si a adwuma ɛkɔ so dedenden nti ɔra team no nso ɛde ɔmo ani ɛkɔpie mu wɔ hɔ ɛkɔhwɛ deɛ ɛkɔ so na wɔte before mɛto aso na meka sɛ tɔn na ɔmo kɔ nyinaa no ɔmo se ɔmo motaa nyinaa no sɛ nkɔfoɔ de petition bebree ɛde abrɛ ɔmo nkɔfoɔ bɛkeka nsɛm ɛde akyerɛ ɔmo na ɔmo mpɛ sɛ ɔmɛtena office na ɔmo akyerɛ report ɛde akɔma ɔmampanin John Mahama sɛ sei na ɛkɔ so na mmom ɔmo mpɛ sɛ ɔmo de ɔmo ani ɛkɔhu nneɛma ɛkɔ so no ɛno titiri wo nti ɛna ɛnɛ ɔmo kɔ pie mu ɛwɔ baabi ɔmo kɔ nyinaa no nti baabi ɔmo kɔɛ no pɔtɔ kasɛm yɛbɛfrɛ no sɛ ɛyɛ validation tour a ɔmo pɛ sɛ ɔmo validate nneɛma a amanfo akeka kyerɛ ɔmo ɛne report a ɔmo kɔkyerɛ ɔmo hu sɛ deɛ ɔmo bɛka kyerɛ ɔmampanin John Mahama no ɛyɛ nokorɛ todo nti ɛno nti na ɔmo de ɔmo ani kɔ pie mu ɛwɔ hɔ na ɔmo firi hɔ no ɛna ɔmo de ɔmo ani kɔ pie mu biom ɛwɔ Northern Development Authority office kakaka bi ɛbɛn American Embassy hɔ ɛwɔ cantonment na wokɔpie mu hɔ a asase a saa office no esi so no obi atɔn asase ne half ɛde ama private developer a watwa wɔ kakaka ɛwɔ ho ɔde gate atoa no a ɔwɔ abɛhyɛ aseɛ esi ne dan esi so a saa asase no so ɛyɛ aban asase a yɛsi yɛatɔn no fofoofo ɛde ama obi sɛ nipa no ɛmfa fofoofo na ɔmfa esi ne dan nti ɔrɛtim no nso kɔpie mu wɔ hɔ ɔmo kɔhwɛɛ no na yɛ nokorɛ sɛ nipa no wahyɛ aseɛ koraa ɔba bɛsi dan ɛwɔ hɔ a no so ɛyɛ aban asase a ɛwɔ cantonment ɛhɔ ɔmo firi hɔ no ɛna ɔmo san de ɔmo ani kyerɛ mu wɔ AU village ɛwɔ La Wireless na ɔkɔpie mu wɔ hɔ no ɛna ɔra chairman ɔdi anim ɛyɛ honorable Samuel Kujesu Abrakɔ ɔne nsɛnkyerɛfoɔ kasa no ɛna ɔkyerɛ mu sɛ nsase bebree ɛwɔ AU village no first no na ɛyɛ nananom asase na fiti ɔmampanin dada Ghana first president Dr. Kwame Nkrumah abrɛ so ɛna asase no na ɛwɔ nananom nsɛm ɛna ebinom bɛdi aban nsɛm na ɔmampanin Akufo-Addo baeɛ no ɔbɛgye asase no ɛna ɔde bi maa nananom na deɛ ɛkaeɛ no ɔde maa the state ɛyɛ ɔman no na deɛ ɔde ma ɔman no watɔn ɔman no atɔn asase no ɛde ama NPP mpanimfoɔ National Party Executive yɛatɔn asase no de ama ɔmo fofoofo ɛna yɛatɔn asase no bi ɛde ama former government appointees a Boakye am no kasa ɛkɔpie mu wɔ hɔ a abansoro dan ahodoɔ bebree ɛna workers guɔ a ɔmo si dan no nti yɛbisa ɔwura chairman no ɔse asase no ɔmo tɔn obi fofoofo ɛde ma former government appointees for no ebi ɛyɛ 106 old currency no 160 million ɛne ɛho nneɛma asase a sɛbi wokɔpie wɔ mi kurom akura se koraa yɛntɔn ne saa ma no ɛyɛ cantonment
which is 16,000 Ghana cedis 16,000 Ghana cedis
160,000 Ghana cedis
160,000 Ghana cedis
160,000 Ghana cedis
which is 1.6 billion
cantonment asase
1.6 billion cedis
yes
okay
sana yɛtɔn ɛde ama former government appointees any MPP national executive for nti report no a ɛkɔpie mu wɔ AU village no wakyɛ mede w'ani kɔpie mu no masane videos bebree ma wo sɛ woyi bi ɛwɔ Facebook wobɛpie mu wɔ hɔ abɛhu sɛ nsase no building no koso ankofo ACC sedan abronsa koso de dende ebinu kwa de se de bosom yensa pe yesi dan na wie akasa on ba finish inside ne ho ne mahina nti no so koso AU village na yesa so ko pie mo laboni de ko pie mo laboni no obi wa bre enye ne sika asini dan laboni yesi aban dada o motwamu emu mpanifo bi yetiti yesi omampani abedi ese ne yire Samira Baumia kwa ne sangom omasuma amiede bulldozer akọ duri na ni na form ama yesi aton asase no e ama private developer bi say ono omefa ho no fan sinu dan ensi ho nti yakọ no papa na dan ne dia no o de nkatasem ene hu ne ma yina ehye ora team no ene central for ekupie mu ehye say dan no eye ne dia by force ye bu dan ni na ye jude ni na gu form okasa kra na nsuo nkwa na efi nani ba nsuo nkwa na woso nti ono so o de ne petition akọ to ora team nani so mo hwe no mo kana sem bi ema no na de kwa no ye ko wie mu East Cantonment aho ana aban bungalows mako be 11 ye di ama adwumayefo mo ye adwuma wo CSIR workers bangalo omono yesi aban omotwemu no omoton sa bangalo ni hina e de ama private developers se omebubu ono mfanyi omodan na omode eviction letter e de ama omo tisa de no hina ni se omuntu free o yesi letter no eye November atwemu ya na de letter no mo yekopie mu ho no ebinum kwa ma park omo ni ama afi wodada esanse yesi aton ho ye de letters abro mo so mo tun fi o ayesa e bebubu o mo dan nagu
eye aban bungalows aban adwumayefo team no
adwumayefo o de ma workers o mo ye adwuma CSIR workers mo titi wo no by force ye de letters amo mo so mo tun fi o esanse ya ton ho bungalow no ho yina nti gwachi de ekopie mu ewo enne tower ora for mo koye no omo si we enye ye twato nemom ye koye nimu no omo ne senchofo ebeko ba bi bebre na omo chechire omo enniema amofo abekeka achire omo efa insase eni aban ajapade aban dada o twemu no omo de kwati kwan bi so agi afisimamufo nsem agi afi aban adwumayefo nsem say ida so omo nkasa omo fa anan so omo ton agi hu sika edi nti omo si omo call rounds I hwehwe say na no much report no mo de akoma mampani Jomahama na the mampani Jomahama ebe ye after report no eno de it is up to ono mampani no nti bache eneto ni na no de ekosi no ana mabọ no tofa edi acho no
edan fita bi ya so dan na ya mosque mahu videos na ye yin I've seen some white building bi ya white dia na site ben no
what is that dino baby a Greek mechanized center no ewo
okay
na yekopie mu ho no so baby am see former land minister no otoma ni nua no ben sa area ho yes say dino adwumayefo mo adwuma ho no say media me confirm it but it is an allegation the omo ka che na ye kan omo see omampani abedi esi a watwam ko Dr. Baumia ono no dan ono na o si edan awasa asase so sa asase no aban asase omode anka omode for year school project NVTI school project aban yi sa asase no say yemfa nye NVTI school project no ana say omampani be dey say wotwam no o de kwatiko bi so akodi sa asase no efi aban sem and on one was in the dance so I don't cry it is almost complete. Yeah, be wie akasa omo ye finishing ewom enti the anoso ora for no edo omo ni kopie mu ho no workers omo ye adwuma ho no omo ye sa ase ne ho no ma ho no e confirm ye say omo penia be de che wo twam R.K.B ba omo ayo no an fie foforo o si ho no
okay, at your former Facebook, live on Loud Selects TV, on Multi TV, dan no na ye twagu na white building. So it is alleged. Senior reporter no can say that said building no belongs to the immediate past events, a vice president of Ghana, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bomi. Anya sana wo kan coffee. I see. Eti but that building no and building no asasina a dynasty so no. Aya ban assassin etisa.
Aya ban assassin I see assassin for the NVTI school project, NVTI and come see school dying. For NVTI na ya che mabunu ejuma insanu ejuma ene ho niam awasa area ho ena ya divert asase no edi ama omampani ebe de se awotwam ko se onfansi ni dan ewo ho nti sa ena yekopie mu no sa na mo kan ye ho.
Okay, Kofi yadu besia na yabo abaso ti ebe ye nenko an na o kira mbeto aso
nyame adum akira omo nto aso nemo almost say way enya the chatwo say omo here ready say omo be call round so omo friends and for na omo ni central for call round say be ya Ghana fon so ebehu the airco say omo report omo be chro ama mampani Joma Hama no enya the omo at office ana omo bo muslim ana omo kan nemo eye the amanfa ka chro omo eye the omo ni ehu ana omo be chro.
Okay, Kofi yada say Sir Kofi Emmanuel Amotene can for building it to Sumame, for building a brand yanko. When ye validation tour, oral team, validation tour. Na obe kansem chire na odin krata ba. E see team to anamon. Eko, bis eko ko he. Se on semina be kan ye. Na on semina be kan so ye bosrim kan. Ana se no kurebi etachiri. Enti validation tour. And the oral team, led by Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, one in the team members, no, and nano pay Wama Fan Central for Duomachi. Na sa building when say no, and allegedly, yes, building when belongs to the former vice president, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Na sa siya building is so no, aya ban sa siya, woman you two are say the Baba Be school. For TVET and San Ojuma school there TVET assembly yake ona boso de ba ne TVET a no na ya na hia na ye papa eti asase ye yato ya ban dia a ye de ba be see TVET for events atetem kwada e ba no ye school ni engum events adwuma sua ho entity ya ene TVET no uko school no na ye de school na fra adwuma sua de amount it is self person opamade a school kakra no wan wan sakakra nya sa na tie obeso ya carpentania school kakra en adwa ne hama kakra na odi abom obese ubotira school kakra enwi kakra na de akan obese o dressing microphone sa makeup sadia school kakra ene painti kakra na de fam nanim eno na Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia allegedly send a reporter and can say omatete said that building, that said building belongs to the former vice president of the republic, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Building in here, Dr. and I say, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, on also addressing media no, and none of prayer on course at all no, and a prayer on course at all in tea. Fabio de Nebra me had ye, and done effect, with a medium as a bigger. And done effect, papa, was he a weird dino? I got some finishing touches be a 1 more year, not just about for a trim. Na bueno, Mikai, President Mama, I don't know your funeral war, no, because so shabby uncle for the year President Mahama. A damn cranny of said a state in Beman by a transformer, a year president. A dining year, about your hand, dining year, a dining year, for dining to on my radio, but over Facebook, Radio Gold 905 FM. T. Way allegedly, yes, the vice president, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, former vice president, and if you was you know, now if you see a bansa so, we will do a follow up. Say assassin one. Of final four, and I say, why vice president T, and you turn the man for 4 because you have to say a honeymoon assassin, no boarding pa. Even Mutobi 160,000 Ghana cedis, 100,000, 90,000, and 20,000 near dear. It is our building when say no, sis one. allegedly one said former vice president Diano. Yet the man I don't know. Sir, and I said, we on more 10 years we used to. A conflict of interest and not then I say abuse of power now. Then you can because I don't know fair. And then therefore was it done power.
It's abuse of power.
Abuse of power.
One will say, ye been mutiwa. And na MPP for so, Baumia dear or one Brasil.
Yes.
O conscious who bonia Baumia Namunya say, oh dear, my Ghana. You'll be surprised. And nunti in ne ayetiha. Minister of Energy say, Vertinus is here.
Yes.
Sa go for oil. Say who ye. Usako ECG, Baumia wo ho with Haptel. Na Baumia Haptel nu 83% on 1 billion sales a month. Meaning 1 billion Ghana cedi sales a month nu Baumia Haptel nu 83%. Obi omusi obu ade o. Ena wasa create super vendor. Ye friend no TGL and no information amanya. Near me kanu. Me ni concrete but they should investigate this. Sa TGL no ne contract ni Boakye. Hwe omo contract ni wo ECG. Me call ho. Uko project office. E wo secretary ha me call ho. Inti sa nkrofo no omo ti ho twi sika every month. Training some. When you know about me, I shall say, into a daya ye who nu say no, adentin about me own si dino. Vice President in the salary no saying. Vice President in the salary no saying. Into when it is early days yet. Abrante Bakubi was a friend Jamil Abubakar. Was say the focus no shouldn't be in Accra alone. At all. Now, me person kota krade. Hey, Aura team no. Listen to me. Aura team no mutia. But you check my network no, because your numbers in call almost 500. Drop paper party. Mon check my network ni ye mame pa. Behame, because you have a lot of things to do. Any bravo. Any brava. Any brava. Eti mon check it because from almost 500 to 300 there. I know thing. Aura team in Kota Krade. New buildings be our takrade no. One must start investigations from 2017. And now there, we 2017 film. From 2018, ebe pim, a year 2024. Buildings, how do you hold me now? One must start investigating. What is happening to your network? What is happening to your network? And my, that the end corner comes because yeah, what is happening to your network? Yeah. From 417 to 178. Enti adiano kwa neko form. Enti muka jemisa ba it is not true. Enti muncha kise piki adiano kwa neko. One here be one pa na feed na kati. So munye focus e honum. As you see yen timi gaze we nya ban bi na tiso aka so bi jam network. Say omuni ho. Meboa. Omuni ho. So omuni ho. And now omukoto bi abjam network. Boakye me see. Honorable. In there there's something wrong. There's something wrong. The mama report in then yeah. ECG now sending me information say police for that suit. National security to 40. What are they doing? Network no yelamen come asem na menko. Okay, honorable. Yeah, share 1 or 2 be call back to Parliament. Yeah, today. My jack has a bear 10 minutes, 2 years, then we go to 10 grad also. Okay, then we are then we go to Parliament. Then upon the vetting, oh, okay. Okay. I think can say, San Crofoya me come asem. Instead of 25 million Ghana cedis, ye best spend say one of muto prepaid no kokoto or ECG no. Yes. Boakye ye spend every month no. Sa agent ni have tell no omuji 80 million Ghana cedis a month. The reason why it is 80 million and he say the target for these people is what? Is 1 billion a month. And every day no ECG guarantee sikama TGL ye from Tax Genesis Limited no 30
million every day no okoji wo GCB na wa talk credit no na wa chichama prepaid meters vendors no one of talk credit no, so they have their commission. Those people have their commission, which is 2.5%. TGL won a commission 2.5%. SAE 5%.
Yes.
Then Haftel to have 3% commission. Udi Boma, you calculate 8% of 1 billion. A year 80 million Ghana cedis. Adentin about me to me sidai. These are the investigations into Misra and our board members who we have to check those things. Board members and our police force who have ECG project office was secretary national security force who into Misra honorable Jinapo now we see say almost on best of 70 accounts of ECG. On my accounts are 70 into winning in anu ehu here. So we see yanko parliament ma peneso pa yanko na yanko fie
yanko parliament honorable Samuel Abdullah Jinapo
ya janu man people for they doom so be ba se say
yanko yene.
Go ahead. Thank you, Chairman. We believe there should be private sector participation. What we intend to do is to form a 7-member committee chaired by technical aspects, legal aspects, financial aspects, and some industry players, and even somebody from the consumer side. What we want them to do is to get us a framework, looking at best practices. Would the concession approach work or a full privatization work? We will stay off as politicians, let them get the framework in a more transparent, open, frank manner. Then when we get a buy-in of Ghanaians, then we can set the standards using an RFQ, an RFP, and then a competitive tender process. Let me make this clear. We are not going to do sole sourcing when it comes to the ECG private sector participation. Competitive tender process with some element of private sector participation using local content, and then we set the KPIs so we make progress. And so we are clear in our minds what we intend to do. Thank you very much.
For this engagement, because Ghanaians will be anxious to know you are looking at.
The preliminary work we have done is that my target is to push for 6 months, but I do not want to stampede the committee if I'm fortunate to get your approval. But give and take within this year, we should be able to do that because there are lessons that we've learned from the previous concession. And so that will be the building block. But like I said, we want to do that in a very transparent, open manner and get the best for this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now take a question from Honorable Asika Dongo.
Mr. Speaker, I've not... Okay.
Any questions? It's now the turn of Honorable Asika Dongo.
Thank you very much, Chairman. First, I want to congratulate my younger brother and to commend him for the speed with which he supported the President to resolve this issue. I have heard you mention some numbers. You said the bill we left was about $2.1 billion, and you translated that to about 9 billion Ghana cedis. But you said today it's about 3 billion. Can you situate that in our reporting currency? What does that mean? $3 billion means what in cedis?
Mr. Chairman, when you use an exchange rate of, say, 15, that's 45 billion. So in Ghana cedi, we've moved from about 9 billion to 45 billion. It should have been worse. What is even kept it at the 45 billion is that another 45 billion has been collected on account of the Energy Sector Levies Act. So, but for the 45 billion that has accrued to the President Akufo-Addo government, the debt would have compounded and that would have been much, much higher. But despite that, the debt today is about 45 billion Ghana cedi.
So in addition to the 45 billion...
You are entitled to a question. I'm sorry. May I give the floor to Roxanne Nelson Dafamapo.
Chairman, thank you very much. Let me use the opportunity to congratulate my brother. We entered Parliament together. We worked together. And we constituted the famous 7. And I know that he will deliver. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you very much. Give the floor to Ajin Sam. One question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, JJ. I come from a rural area. Till date, there are communities that do not have meters. And therefore, I want to find out from you, what will you do to improve ECG revenue collection? And will you support a proposal to phase out all postpaid meters to prepaid ones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the ideal way, like you said, is to get prepayment meters, especially smart meters that can mimic all the requirements that you need. My meeting with ECG indicates that they have about 5.2 million meters. 4.8 are active. About 3 million of them are not working properly. So of the 4.8, 3 million meters are not working properly. So they will need to change a minimum of 2.9 million meters in order to satisfy the market. 2, like you said, people want meters. They are unable to get the meters. Technology is advancing. So we are exploring the possibility of the true smart technology. We will license some people to install the meters, but you will need to send a code. Once you send a code in with mobile money, it's activated, and automatically you are registered onto the system. Because sometimes it costs people more than 4 or 5 times to spend money to get a meter. So if we make it readily available and use economies of scale, I'm sure the price will come down. So it's something we are working on, and that we intend to roll that out as soon as we get your nod. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Agnes Namumulate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me take the opportunity to also congratulate the Honorable Member on his nomination. There's something that is on the hearts and minds of most Ghanaians. And if we all have a way, we'll contribute to ensuring that it doesn't become a headache again. The issue of the inconsistency in the power supply, given the nod, what are you going to do? I have seen you do take some pragmatic steps to aid the president. In the long term, what will you do to ensure that our power and our electricity supply stays on? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Nominee, what will you do to ensure our power stays on?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we have a current installed capacity of about 5,260 megawatts, a dependable capacity of about 4,800 megawatts. We've just hit a new peak demand of 4,100 megawatts. Our grid system is very, very resilient. We've upgraded a lot of our lines from 161 to 330 and 331 kVA lines. So they are quite robust with a lot of injection of primary substations. The first problem we need to address is the issue of fuel. Fuel supply is a major, major problem confronting the sector. Currently, we have a deficit of about 40 to 60 mm of gas. If you take the gas from ENI, gas from Jubilee 10, and then gas from N-gas, and you put all together, you still have a deficit. And so you've had to be depending on some level of light crude oil, some level of heavy fuel oil, and some level of distillate fuel oil. Our immediate objective will be to bridge that gap. We've met Jubilee partners. We've spoken to the partners and the operators, Talo. We've also spoken to Ghana Gas. They are currently doing 100 mm scarf. We are confident that if they do some reconditioning, they can increase it to about 35 more. And that will give us a lot of buffer. So once we solve the fuel situation and we have some liquid fuel reserves as a backup, we should be okay. The next one will be to deal with the financial challenges. I've gotten a letter from Car Power. We owe them $377 million. They are threatening to shut down. Talo over 100 million. They are threatening to cut back. ENI is threatening. So we need to deal with the financial challenge. So these two, if we can get them right, we should be home and dry. Last year alone, Ministry of Finance spent about 28 billion on energy sector related payments. That's more than your capital expenditure, including even your goods and services. So we have to look at how to drill down and bring about efficiency and be able to pay for what we consume. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader, have a follow-up question.
Chairman, thank you so much. Honorable nominee, though on the letter was Minister of Energy, but if you look at the executive instrument, it's adding something to your portfolio. You are aware of that?
Leader, with the greatest respect, I've seen it, but I'm only a nominee.
No, I'm saying whether you are aware.
I'm aware.
We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it later. Let me go ahead with my follow-up question. So, on the 7th of January 2025, I am reliably informed that on the said date, the light crude oil ascent power was for a period of 23 days. Do you agree to that?
Yes, Leader.
Very well. If it was for 23 days, as you agree, then are you equally aware that GMPC, which has a contract with Stratcon for the supply of 12 million liters of HFO, is still supplying this to AXA? You are aware?
I've checked on that, and GMPC has indicated that they don't have a contract with Stratcon to supply those liters. Thank you.
But do they take such supplies if they don't have such contract? Is there an arrangement where these supplies are delivered to them?
I've done my checks, and I can tell you that based on my check, there's no such arrangement.
Now, would you be surprised to hear that on the 6th of January, it's a follow-up on the 6th of January, they supplied 19,561 tons?
I will not be surprised, and that's one of the issues I intend to investigate when you approve me.
Okay.
It's a subject matter for investigation.
All right.
Thank you.
So have you become aware?
Leader, you know the rules. A follow-up question must not exceed a certain limit.
Yeah,
so I think if you wouldn't mind, I can give you the floor now to ask your questions.
Chairman, you see, the nominee, in response to Honorable Momo Latte's question, had made certain pronouncements. I only was breaking it down because I didn't want to put all together. I know I have to act within the rules. So please indulge me, most respectfully, sir. Indulge me. I only wanted to break it down, else I could have put all together as a composite question. I didn't want to do that because there are specific deliveries on certain dates. So please, bear with me. Since you are aware that on the 6th of January, 19,561 tons worth of HFO was supplied, but your issue is that there was no contract, so it will be investigated. but that was supplied.
No, I didn't say that, Mr. Chairman. I didn't say that.
Okay, no problem. Now, on the 8th, would you be surprised to hear that on the 8th January, to 44,124 was also supplied?
Mr. Chairman, with the greatest of respect, I need your guidance. Leader, I respect you. The leader is asking me whether I will be surprised to hear that fuel has been delivered. I thought he would have asked me a question.
Okay, no problem. Let me put it differently. Have you become aware that on the 8th of January, 44,124 tons was supplied?
Mr. Chairman, to answer this, on the 8th of January, this is official record, and I would respectfully make a copy available to the committee. And so the HFO issue you are talking of, on the 8th of January, Sen Power, light crude oil, 260,000, enough to cater for 23 days. Sinon Asogli, DFO, which is distillate fuel oil, 0. KTPP, distillate fuel oil, enough to cater for 1.5 days. Now the HFO. On the 8th of January, AXA, 440 meter cube, enough to cover for only 6 hours. So officially, I wasn't aware that some so-called 40,000 has been deposited. But let me be quick to say that the next day, I got to know that...
I don't want to take back. Please, can you avoid the use of the word so-called? I mean, just not to...
I'm sorry,
cause
Leader,
controversy.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the guidance.
You know, you've done well so far.
Leader, thank you. So on the 9th of January, I got information that some people were discharging some heavy fuel oil into the tanks at AXA. And already the Chief of Staff had tasked me to lead a technical team to avoid this looming challenge in respect of these shortages of fuel. And like I told you, on the 8th of January, we had only 6 hours. In fact, they said that taking even the minimum requirement, it could last for only 5 hours. When I heard of it, I inquired. And then the AXA MD told me that some people had come to deliver HFO. I asked him on whose authority. Leader, with the greatest of respect, I do not want to mention people's name here, and you know why. I made it clear to them that those people were no longer in office, and they had no mandate on the 9th of January to issue orders to him to receive those fuels. I called ECG. ECG was not aware. I called VRA. They were not aware. I called the ministry. Solomon is here. They are not aware. I called GMPC. They are not aware. So I advised the chief director to ask for a cessation of the delivery. And we report to Chief of Staff. It's a matter of further investigation. On an assumption of office, with your kind leave, we shall investigate that matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So they delivered it or they couldn't deliver at all? Are we in receipt of that at the time you became aware?
As far as I'm concerned, officially, government is not in receipt of any such delivery. They were in the process of delivering, but without any authorization to deliver, we thought that they should hold on and let's do what is right and proper. Thank you.
So the 5 hours that you put out, as compared to the 23 days that you initially... No, I won't ask.
Okay. Leader, take the floor.
So the 5 days that was originally out, you know, when the inauguration took place at the Independence Square, the media reported that you had alleged or you had said that we had only some 5 days of fuel. 5 hours, yes, 5 hours. Considering the fact that in your answer to me, you had indicated that Sen Power had fuel that could last us for 23 days. Would you want to reconcile the 5 hours and the 23 days, or would you want to shed some more light on it for clarity's sake?
Mr. Chairman,
there's nothing to reconcile. I was specific. I said we have 5 hours of HFO. And it's true. We had 5 hours of HFO. I said we had 0 hours of DFO for Sidona Sogli. And it's true. I gave a breakdown, but I don't develop the headlines. I don't write the stories. The recording is there. And the truth is that we have 5 hours of HFO. And if there's any problem with gas supplies, we are going to lose as much as 370 megawatts in 5 hours' time, which will lead to load shedding. And so as far as I'm concerned, that is a fact. Thank you.
Honorable Shabu, it's now your turn. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me use the opportunity to congratulate my younger brother for this great feat, a position well deserved. Mr. Chairman, listening to the honorable nominee, the biggest challenge he's coming to face. Of course, let me put on record that the ministry you left 8 years ago, you will not meet the same thing when you get there tomorrow. You have said it. The energy sector debts alone is so enormous. Now, we've zeroed down to various. Now, in the value chain, you have a very critical player there, which is ECG, which unfortunately is the weakest link. And that's the reason why we have these challenges. To quote your own words, the power is produced and delivered. It is sold, but the revenue is not collected as efficiently as we can. Clearly, it boils down to accountability and efficiency. Now, you have also zeroed down to the fact that you are not averse to privatization. Indeed, His Excellency, when he met the World Bank a week ago, representatives, he made it clear that privatization was the way to go. Would you consider, taking into account, we have been preaching about local content, would you consider looking at institutional investors like SNET, like NAT, and the rest? Would you consider them when you want to do the privatization?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, that would be the most ideal. If we could get institutions in Ghana picking up shares and getting a technical competent company, even from outside, it means that there will be a lot of value retention. The main problem with ECG is not just the collection, but even how they spend or administer what they collect. They collect on average about 1.3 billion cedis every month. Only 850 million or 900 million goes into the cash waterfall mechanism. So what it means is that almost 400 million does not find its way into the cash waterfall mechanism because they've signed all kinds of contracts. Yesterday at the meeting, it came to light that they have 2,500 containers sitting at the ports. Contracts worth 9 billion has been signed. And because the containers are sitting at the ports, demurrage alone is 1.2 billion. So beyond the collection, we also have to drill down on efficiency and ensure that they stick to the cash waterfall mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I give the floor to Honorable Umar?
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, I want to use this opportunity to congratulate you, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the turn of Michael Edu. Edu. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Edu and Edu.
Mr. Chairman, the name is Edu. Thank you very much. A-I-D-O-O.
What's the spelling of Edu?
A-D-U. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Honorable nominee, congratulations. Looking at your CV with your experience and vast background in the energy sector, I believe you'll be conversant with the questions I'm going to ask. One of the major challenges...
Are you saying questions?
Yes.
Please, we are entitled to a question.
Okay. One of the major challenges in the downstream petroleum sector is the issue of forex. And on the 11th of January 2023, you published a post on Facebook, which you said that the G4O, that's the good for oil policy, was opaque, clandestine, and a charade. And then you also said that it's going to promote smuggling of gold across Ghana's borders. And then in the same post, you said from all analysis, it is obvious this policy is not well thought through. Now, Mr. Nominee, I believe after your nomination, you've had cause to meet the management from Boston and MP and other stakeholders in the industry. Upon hindsight, do you still hold the same opinion? And then if you are given the nod to lead the ministry, what will be your position on the good for oil? Taking into consideration that most of the importers who are bringing fuel to Ghana, one of the issues they look at is the issue
Honorable Member, his position on gold for oil. Is that not the question?
I'm not done, Chairman. I'm not done. Chairman, I'm rounding up. Chairman, respectfully, I'm rounding up.
Is that the question I'm asking?
No,
I'm
not
done.
Question? The question is coming.
So, what do you mean by what is your position on gold for oil?
It's the same question. So let me round up. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, I will forgive you because you are a first timer.
So, considering that most of the importers consider the issue of forex as an issue when dealing with bust, and the good for oil came to mitigate that issue, and there is scarcity of forex. And in a month, we need about 400 million USD to import petroleum products. So what will be your position on the good for oil policy? And how are you going to fix the issue of forex for importers? And
Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Nominee, I believe the question is, what is your position on gold for oil? You can ignore the commentaries and proceed to answer the question.
Mr. Chairman, I refer to 28th November 2023 publication. Bank of Ghana to phase out gold for oil policy. Bank of Ghana governor announces. And so I think that they are rather vindicating my position that it was not well thought out. If it was that good and it was solving the problem, you don't phase out a policy that is delivering results. What we would do, we would review it, we would analyze it, and ensure that we come out with a model that is fit for purpose, that ensures that we account for the good. Honorable Tifosa has already indicated that we want to form a gold board, which will aggregate all the gold. We have an escrow account where the forex or the hard currency would move into, so that we'll use that to support fuel imports, but also support the payment of IPPs and the payment of gas. So we are looking at a holistic, well-encompassing approach rather than a narrow approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Yarga.
Congratulations, Dr. John Jinapo. Not many people know you are a doctor. You have a PhD now. Congratulations. So, some people envy your CV. Some people envy your CV, but it's a very rich CV. I had the opportunity to work with you during the transition exercise. You actually, on my behalf, led the energy and natural resources. subcommittee. And during that process, I became totally convinced and satisfied that you are not just a walking encyclopedia on all information relating to the energy sector, but that your capacity to think on your feet and devise solutions to the numerous challenges confronting our energy sector is unsurpassed by anyone.
Mr. Chairman, who are those behind? Chairman, with respect, I have observed that there are some people who are sitting behind the nominee. It happened when we were taking Honorable Atufosa, and it's happening again. Please, Chair, let them know that they are not here to be clapping. If they are full soldiers who are here as cheerleaders, no, if I didn't say NDC full soldiers. No, hello? It's not. There are full soldiers. I see full soldiers leader. Behind, not the chiefs. I'm not referring to the chiefs. I'm referring leader. To some full soldiers behind. I've seen them. So please, let them not do that.
Honorable leader.
Chairman, I rest my case.
They are not here as foot soldiers, but they are here to support and give moral support.
Then they shouldn't be clapping.
So
Chairman, they shouldn't be doing that.
So all you need to do is to inform them that here we don't clap, but
okay,
we say
here we don't clap.
Here.
No, they can't even say here because they are not part. They are not part of us. They are not. They cannot even say here.
Honourable members, the word foot soldier should be expunged from the records. Can we make progress, honourable members? It's expunged from the record with the apology from the chair. Thank you very much. Can we have some order? Order. Let's have order. It's now the turn of Honourable Charles Forson. Charles Forson, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair.
What? You finish. I thought you finished. Well, may you continue. Please conclude.
So, on the basis of my observations, I have no questions for you because I know you will answer all the questions satisfactorily. I can only wish you well and assure you of the support of this House. And I believe that you definitely will make a mark in the energy sector of Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Charles Forson. One question, please.
Mr. Chairman, Honorable nominee, my good friend. This is from the good people of Tamacentra and the management and staff of TOR. A direct question. What is there for TOR? And also, we do extract crude. But yet, we have refining corporations here, and they are begging for certain parcels to be given to them, whilst they go out to struggle for dollar. What is the way forward? Thank you.
Well, honourable member, is your question saying what is there for TOR or what he intends to do for TOR?
The plan. He understands it.
Honourable nominee, you may answer the question the way you understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honourable members, you may be aware, there's a Petroleum Revenue Management Act. And when you take crude within a stipulated period of time, you have to pay the money into the Petroleum Holding Fund. So for a refinery to take that refinery must satisfy that condition. TOR is a hydra-headed problem. It's a 45,000 barrel capacity refinery. The norm is that these days people are moving to huge refineries. If you take Gamnaja, it's I think 1.2 million. Dangote is 650,000, and it's even number 7. So 45 is quite small, but our objective is to seek a strategic partner, ring-fence the liabilities, and then use the assets as our capital injection and look for a strategic partner who is prepared to also inject some money. Normally, you need a staff of about 250 for such a refinery. Currently, the staff are over 700. So these are issues that we would have to sit and see how we can deal with them so that we'll bring the refinery back. Because since 2021, 4 years now, the refinery has not been working. And something must be done about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Honorable Yao Patrick Boama.
Thank you very much. Let me congratulate my very, very, very good brother, JJ. Congratulations. JJ, a lot of questions have been asked of you on the downstream. Let me take you to the upstream sector. And I'm sure, as a man who grew up in Mampong, you know about the Boakye Basin program. I know you've been briefed by the ministry and officials from GMPC about the program around Mampong Agogo area. What do you know of the Boakye Basin program, and how do you intend to add value to what your predecessors did, and how you intend to ensure that it comes on full stream to add to the revenue base of the country in the energy sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are right, because in the upstream sector, crude oil volumes are declining rapidly. From a peak of 71 million barrels in 2019, 2023, we did only 48 million. So there's a sharp decline of 32%. And if nothing is done, the upstream sector will collapse. In the Boakye Basin, I'm told they shot or shoot some 2D seismic data. I'm also told that they've done some parcels of allocation, which ought to come to Parliament. I intend that we'll review that immediately, within days or weeks. If I get your nod and I'm sworn in. If we review them and we find those agreements satisfactory, we'll immediately come to Parliament. But I hold the view that we should relook at 919. All our neighbors their current and participating interest is 10%. And as we move through the energy transition, you must quickly tap your stranded assets. So we will do a stakeholder engagement and get a buy-in of Ghanaians and incentivize the upstream players to invest, because it's very expensive. And that is something that we intend to pursue aggressively, even as we go through the energy transition. Thank you
very much. Any further question?
Yes, Minister, this is also on the upstream sector, which has seen some little or no investment in the sector. And I want you to, so what are some of the steps that your good self will be putting in place? You just mentioned that you are going to Dubai to meet with Letasco. And we want to find out what strategies you are going to put in place to attract some of the big players, since investment in that sector has gone down a bit. Thank you.
Thank you. So first is the incentives. We have a standard incentive and you have shallow water. It's more expensive and technologically demanding to do deep water. So the incentives for deep water should be different from that for shallow water. Then the acreage, the size. Our information is that it's too small, so we need to increase it. And some other incentives, but more importantly, is the posturing of government. These legal cases that we are losing in court, it should be to negotiate. Shallow went to court, we lost. GPGC went to court, we lost. Sahara went to court, we lost. It's just one too many. So we intend to sit around the table and dialogue. The trip when we're meeting Look Oil to work on the Peckham field with AFC and the others. So the first option is to try and sit around the table, find out the real problems, and try to resolve them. I'm sure some of these basic interventions, if we can put them right, we can turn the clock around and attract the oil majors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions?
Yes,
But before then, little or no investment on part of government of the Republic of Ghana. Is that the understanding?
No. Chairman.
Not necessarily, Chairman. That's why we have S-Loco. And S-Loco is the commercial wing of GMPC.
Very well.
Which must take a stake
Very
in some
well.
of these fields.
Just for you to clarify the point. Thank you very much.
Chairman, you are being...
Last question.
You are playing the liberal role very well. You are now the Michaelasian of the caucus or committee.
So I'm no longer a striker. I'm now playing a liberal.
JJ, I'm used to JJ, sorry. Honourable Minister, designate. My last question. What are your primary objectives, or what do you want the country to remember you for? Within the next 4 years, I pray to God you are not reshuffled in the energy sector, that during John Jinapo's era, issues of power theft, issues of transmission losses, no meter, arbitration issues in the power sector. What do you want Ghanaians to remember you for within the next 4 years as one of the youngest ministers of energy in the Republic of Ghana? I wish you the very best, my good friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Your answer to the convoluted question.
Mr. Chairman, I must admit that it's a very difficult job. And as I get a briefing every day, I'm reminded that I'm stepping into a very, very difficult job. I want to be remembered as a young minister who insists on discipline. And I tell you, I will insist on discipline. I know we'll step on some toes, but we'll step on those toes gently. More importantly, honesty. And then I want to approach this work with integrity, hard work, but with humility. I'll do my best. I know it's difficult, but I'm confident that given the array of people around, including those of you on this table, I'll consult all of you and do what is right and proper. But let me make it clear that will ensure that there's discipline in that sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Governor Kwame Abuja.
Chairman, thank you very much. I want to take the opportunity to also congratulate my good friend, our principal voice on energy-related matters. I must say the caucus is proud of you. You have been an excellent choice for our caucus on energy, and I have no doubt the President got that right by nominating you. I don't have a question for you. All I have to say is that those of us who dwell in the villages, in the past 4 years particularly, many of us anticipated extension of electricity to cover many of our villages, to take advantage of the new ICT revolution in the world. We never got it because we don't have power. So if you were to give us laptops, those laptops in many of our communities are not used in the schools because we can't charge them. And so I also noticed that a colleague has already raised it. Many communities we all share have problems where a whole half of the town uses 1 meter, and they don't benefit from the thresholds you build to support vulnerable people because their consumptions have gone beyond what was anticipated, not because they are individually consuming more than they are consuming, but because they are clustering around 1 meter. I just want to remind you of this and say that the rural people have trust that you can make an intervention that brings electricity to their communities, and also those who have electricity also can have the meters they deserve, so everybody can take responsibility for whatever he consumes and pay rightly for it, so we can mitigate these unreasonable distribution loss, which is piling up the debt that we all have. So I wish you very well, and I have no doubt you will excel with the support of the caucus the Parliament and the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the compliment. It's now the turn of Honorable Deputy Leader.
Very much, Honorable Jinapo, and I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate you for your nomination as the Minister Designate for Energy. I'd like to commence this interrogation by going through your CV on item number 6, V, item number 6V. I notice that you've been the chairman for Nuclear Energy Program Implementing Organization. As a minister designate, I know that you have been adequately informed about the progress so far made in trying to introduce the use of nuclear power in the country. If you don't mind, if you can apprise us as other people in the country are listening to you of where we are with the promotion of the use of nuclear power and what will be your commitment to ensure that the future in the next 4 years will be commencing the implementation of the nuclear power. Thank you.
It's now the turn of Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Yes, to answer the question.
Please provide answer to the question.
Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Leader, it's true, I chaired NEPIO. At my last briefing, they've identified 2 sites. They've also identified 2 countries, China and the USA, and they've identified 2 technologies. The bigger nuclear plant, which can give you about 1,200 to 1,400 megawatts, and the modular plants, which gives you just 100. And so in South Africa, they use what they call pebble bed. So the option is to look at the smaller ones. They are easier to manage, they are modular, and they can deal with them. But like you said, I asked them a specific question. Can we switch power on before we leave office? And nuclear has serious milestones. And so the information I have is that the earliest we can get power from nuclear is 6 years. That is even if we tick all the boxes. And so we have a lot to do, and we'll try and push it to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And,
further question?
Yes. I'd like to know that there's a proposed merger between VRA and We Power Authority. The proposed merger, if you have been well briefed, we would like to know what the timelines will be and how are we going to implement that kind of merger. Thank you.
Your answer to the question.
Thank you, Chairman. That proposed measure is on our table, except that our approach is different. We believe that we can merge Bui Power and VRA so that you have something like Ghana Power Company or whatever. We do not intend to privatize. So when you merge them, you have a holding company and 3 subsidiaries: hydro components, thermal components, and renewable components, all under one umbrella, but controlled by both VRA and Bui. They will determine how they want to run it. They will determine how they want to move with it. We do not intend to privatize any of those plants because they produce about 45% of our national requirement. And as a strategic step, you do not put all your energy assets in private hands. So let me assure the workers, we'll consult them. This is just an idea that we intend to implement. If we need to tweak it, we will do that with them and bring about efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I get that understanding that currently the VRA is responsible for both the hydro and gas? does it mean that you are leaving everything for them, for both BUI and VRA, and will be operating alongside if you are having just one company as an energy? Thank you.
What we intend to do is to consolidate them and then increase specialization and efficiency. Because there are some hydro people at BUI, there are some renewable guys at BUI, there are some hydro people at VLA, they are also doing renewables. So why don't we bring all the renewable people under one umbrella so that their expertise is renewables, especially as the ministry's mandate focuses more on green transition. Then the hydro, bring all the hydro technicians under one so that procurements and all that, they can reduce losses and increase efficiency. The same with thermal plants. But then it's the same company that gets the receivables, and they can then apportion them based on how they believe will bring about efficiency and net gain. Thank you.
Any further question? Or
One further question I have just one further question, which is of interest. How do you intend to ensure that energy prices remain affordable for the average Ghanaian? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The first requirement for this sector is the anchoring of the currency. A lot of the receivables, a lot of the expenditure is dollar denominated. So the economic section, that is i.e. Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana, would have to work very hard to anchor the currency. Because ECG alone has a forex loss of 1.5 billion. Somebody has to pay for that. So we have to ensure that we anchor the currency. Then on our side, from the technical side, we have to ensure that we bring about efficiency. Because if you increase the collections, then there will be no need to increase tariffs, because there will be more in the pot. So it has to be a two-pronged approach. The economic side has to anchor the currency, and then from where we are, we have to improve efficiency, consume more gas, reduce the losses, and increase the resilience of the grid. When you do that, you make a lot of savings, and as you make the savings, you can pass it on to consumers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations in advance. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Leader has one supplementary question.
Yes, Honorable Nominee, this is not really a question. You had made a point earlier that ENI Vitol dispute, Ghana lost the case. I just wanted to get a clarification, whether perhaps you slipped or I didn't hear you correctly. Because I know for a fact that in that international arbitration, the tribunal dismissed the 950 million claim against GMPC and Ghana. So I just wanted, for the records, maybe I didn't hear you right in your earlier response.
So man, ENI went for two reliefs. There was an order of unitization from government. ENI went to the Court of Arbitration that government did not follow due process. Two, ENI then asked for compensation in terms of monetary compensation. So the first issue of government issuing that directive, the Court of Arbitration agreed with ENI and disagreed with government. So that directive, which is the substantive issue, as far as I'm concerned, ENI had its way, is the next leg, which is to say compensate me, that the Court of Arbitration thought that there was no need to compensate them. But the substantive issue of the directive, the Court of Arbitration has insisted. And because of that, Springfield has now drilled a well, and we are waiting for the results of the appraisal to determine the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You are bringing out an important matter. Are you saying that in the issue one, where the Court of Arbitration, the tribunal agreed with the issue raised by ENI, it resulted in any financial loss to the state? Or it resulted in any... No,
Honorable Minority Leader, the nominee never said that.
Wait.
He explained
Chairman, let me put...
the two legs of
Chairman,
the decision.
Chairman, wait. The public is listening and watching. So I just want us to have clarity. According to you, the compensation bit, their claim was dismissed, which is a matter of public record. But then you are also telling us that there was an issue as to decisions that government are taking and whether or not those decisions were right. You are saying that their question on those decisions was upheld by the tribunal. My question then to you is this. Was there any costs to government as a result of that relief? Was there any loss to the states as a result of that relief? That is what I wanted to know.
So in simple terms, the only loss would be that the state was directed to make some payments in respect of legal matters. So, for instance, if you go to courts, the cost of arbitration, the cost for legal services, the state was directed to pay that. Whether that is cost or not, I'll leave it for you, the lawyers. But I'm saying that this is what the court decided. I don't want to put interpretation on whether those payments constitute costs or not, because I'm not a lawyer and I do not want to step into that arena. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, I will land on this very important point. You see, we are talking about a ruling of a tribunal, a judgment, the outcome of a case. I don't want us to be rhetorical about it or be hypothetical or whatever. What is a fact remains a fact. Was there any order made against government in that arbitration? And if so, and you have reference to that, can you tell us exactly the orders that were made against the government of Ghana and GMPC? Respectfully, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No nominee.
Thank you. So, government of Ghana issued an order that two parties unitize. So let's put it in single terms. It says that male and female marry. That's the order from the father. Then one party goes to court and says that no, government is wrong. You can't just ask us to marry. You are jumping the gun. And arbitration upheld that and says the government was wrong in asking the two parties to marry or unitize. That's all. It's as simple as that.
Thank you very much. It's now the...
Chairman, please, let me read.
Honorable,
question. I'm giving
Honorable Leader.
Chairman, please, this is a legal
taking
matter.
your words.
Yes,
that
I'm not asking
you have
a question.
asked
Chairman, it's not
the
a
last question.
Yes, I have. Chairman, please, it's for all of us. Please. Yes, it's for all of us. Colleagues, let's get this. I would read.
Where are you even reading from in the first place?
Chairman, with respect, I'll provide you.
Where are you reading from?
Chairman, I'm reading from the website of, yes, I know. I am reading from the website of City FM, which
so
website
that
is hosting.
Is your authentic source from which you can pick a judgment.
Wait, it is hosting the ruling. Website hosts the ruling, and it's quoting the full ruling. It's not their write-up. I just want to read out. The tribunal denied the claimant, ENI and Vitor, their monetary damages, which initially stood at $7 billion, but were later reduced to $950 million plus interest by the end of the proceedings. The tribunal dismissed all claims against GMPC entirely. Additionally, the tribunal rejected the claimant's request to declare that Ghana breached Petroleum agreement by refusing to withdraw or prevent reliance by third parties on the unitization directive. The tribunal also dismissed the claimant's request for Ghana to notify the High Court, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Court of Ghana that the unitization directives were issued in breach of the Petroleum agreement. I mean, this is a matter that I'm lifting directly from the ruling. I just want to bring it to our collective attention. So I'm just saying that there was no such claim, such order made against any of the respondents from the ruling.
Well, we'll take your words. Be brief. Be brief.
I'm putting it out as a fact.
Be brief, honorable nominee.
Honorable Fanyabaka, it does appear that maybe because you were in a hurry to read, you jumped one line. Let me just read that for you. However, the tribunal find that in the circumstance in which they were issued, the unitization directive breached the Petroleum agreement. Simple. It's on the City FM thing. It's there. The very one you are reading is there.
Colleague, I will not want, which is a legal matter. The last
So
I will do.
for you.
No. The last I will do is to trade my profession. I will not. I will not. I am reading up to the end. I am reading up to the end. Respectfully, it reads that the tribunal dismissed all claims against the GMPC entirely. In the minimum, my law is okay. Additionally, the tribunal rejected the claimant's request to declare that Ghana breached the Petroleum agreement by refusing to withdraw or prevent reliance by third parties on the unitization directives. The last paragraph, and I'm not running away from any paragraph. I wouldn't want to put my reputation on the line on this. The last paragraph reads, the tribunal also dismissed the claimant's request for Ghana to notify the High Court, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Court of Ghana that the unitization directives were issued in breach of the Petroleum agreement.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for the education. Once you give me the nomination, I'll consult the Attorney General. The Attorney General will guide me. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. In the midst of the disagreement, I'll give the opportunity to Honorable R.K.B to read what is also happening. Please go ahead and read.
No, it's not about opening the Pandora's box. Why? He's read something he claims to be the outcome of the litigation. This is the report. It says that Ghana has suffered a setback in an international arbitration case concerning its attempts to unitize offshore oil fields, but avoided potentially significant financial damages. So there were two issues. Ghana sought to get them to unitize. And in that respect, Ghana suffered a loss because the court did not agree with Ghana. But then Ghana avoided financial loss, that is payment of damages or any compensation. And that is exactly what he has reported. So please, why? You can read from a website, I cannot read from a website. Please, it's here.
Reading from the website.
We're all reading from the website.
Yes.
It's here. You can.
So, honorable members,
I'm giving it to you. Take it.
We can
Take
allow
it.
the contradictions.
If you have any doubts, you can take it and read it.
In the publications at the website to. So we make progress. Honorable Deputy
Chairman,
Majority Leader, you have your turn.
Chairman.
Minority Leader,
Chairman,
I plead
Chairman,
with you
yes,
with all
Chairman,
due respect.
I'm pleading with
Let
you.
us not argue
Chairman,
the
Chairman,
veracity or otherwise of the various publications
Chairman,
that you are relying upon.
Chairman, please oblige me.
Honorable
Chairman,
Leader,
Chairman,
let us be
please,
guided
Chairman,
by
I
the
will-
provisions of the Constitution in
Chairman.
Article 78 and
Chairman.
94. I beg you.
Chairman.
I've given the floor to
Chairman.
Honorable Deputy Leader.
Chairman.
Honorable Minority Leader, I have given the floor to Honorable Deputy
Chairman.
Majority Leader.
Chairman.
I may come back to you. So please,
Chairman,
I may come back to you.
Okay, Chairman.
I may come back to
Chairman,
you.
Chairman,
Please.
with that said, I will rest my case
Yes.
to allow
So,
you
Honorable
to come
Amabua.
back and deal with this
Amabua.
matter. Thank you.
Yes, what is?
People are watching us. Right from the beginning, the respected minority leader kept asking to be indulged. He would end his presentation and ask for just a small opportunity
to make one point, and then that becomes a whole new presentation. And he keeps insisting, indulge me. And even when you give opportunity to somebody to speak, you will make sure that you give him the opportunity. Right now, his time has passed. I didn't expect you to say that when the Honorable Boa finished, you're going to give him another opportunity.
Remember, I know what I am doing. So please, it's now the turn of Honorable Boa.
We beg you.
Honorable Boa, you have the floor.
Honorable John Abdullah Jinafo, congratulations. First work in the Ministry of Energy as my deputy. And I am very, very proud of you. I think that you are sitting in that chair because you are dedicated, you focused on humility, and worked your way up. You became our ranking and you led a team very, very well. And so there's no doubt in my mind that you're going to be a very successful energy minister. I have three things that I want to guide you. You may not even answer them. But you know that the upstream sector is in complete disarray. With all the big players gone, oil production has declined over 37% and continuing. The last 8 years, the 3 producing fields that we brought on stream, nothing has been added. You talked a lot about the challenges and the court cases you've lost. And so I hope that will really engage your attention and the strategies to increase oil production and bring the big boys back. And I know that you've talked about that. We need to really get to gas efficiency and make sure we get gas security. That is the key to the energy sector. And I'm very sure that you focus on that as well. I think you've talked about the indebtedness. I'm sure you will tell us that when we were leaving power, how much we left in debt. And whether or not it's true that we left $5 billion. The issue of renewable energy in an energy transition is critical, and that's probably why the energy sector is now energy and then the transition. And so I believe that you really add the issue of renewable energy as well. The last point is the issue of SML and all the issue of transparency that came up. I believe that we will look into that issue and address it so it doesn't happen again. On that note, I wish you all the best, and there's no doubt that you'll be successful.
Thank you. Any short response? I cannot but thank Honorable Boa. I stepped into that ministry knowing nothing about energy, but he's been very, very useful as a mentor, and I can only thank him. The only thing I've learned from him is hard work, and so I thank him very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any closing remark from the minority? We've come to the end.
Chairman, we experience ups and downs. We experience ups and downs in this. I believe that the matter that came up would have another opportunity to discuss it on the floor. And I would also want to plead with colleagues that if you didn't get opportunity to raise any issue by way of question, the next stage of this pre-approval process would be the debate on the report of the committee. So you would have the opportunity to raise all other issues for Hansard to capture your views. On that note, Chairman, I would want to thank you for indulging us on these 2 nominees, and we see what next to be done. Thank you so much indeed, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Let me use the opportunity to sincerely thank the nominee for attending upon the committee and providing answers to questions posed, and to say that, Honorable Minister Designate, you will surely hear from the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm most grateful.
Well, then you are discharged. We then
Project, an MVTI school. Sword was cut and all of that about 3. Budget was site for an MVTI project, an MVTI school. Sword was cut and all of that about 3 years ago.
The
guard chiefs were here, so it's not clear what happened, and we now have private properties here. So we'll be conducting further investigations on this. All right, thank you.
Is to validate petitions and concerns about appropriation of state properties to private and politically exposed persons. So we didn't receive the petition and just sit down and write a report about it. We are here today, as you have witnessed, to go through site by site to see whether indeed what is contained in the petition actually exists or not. You have seen for it yourselves. You can draw your own conclusions about what has happened in the past. As far as we are concerned, we are going to include this in our report to the President. And further action will surely be taken on these issues. You've seen public officials that are actively working for the state being ejected from their homes to make way for private interests, and also interests that are connected to other public officials. This is obviously what our president campaigned against, and you are witnesses to what has happened. So we thank you very much for accompanying us today, and hopefully we'll invite you for more of these trips as we go through the validation processes of the various petitions. Thank you very much. Is to validate petitions and concerns about appropriation of state properties to private and politically exposed persons. So we didn't receive the petition and just sit down and write a report about it. We are here today, as you have witnessed, to go through side by side to see
history. In 1947, it was first acquired from the La Stu, and then in 1957, the new Nkrumah government decided to use this place for civil aviation. This is where the Civil Aviation Authority erected their mast and all of that. That is why this area is called La Wireless. In 2020, President Akufo-Addo decided to change the original purpose, carry out rezoning, and decided to return a portion to the La Traditional Council, and then they retained a portion for the state. One will have thought that that will have been used in the best interest of the Republic, of the people of Ghana. But as our work has discovered, what was retained for the state has been allocated. And I have the allocations here. It's been allocated to politically exposed persons. And what is really troubling is the unconscionable rates. I mean, a plot of land here in cantonments sold for 183,000 Ghana cedis, not US dollars. I mean, this is a place where you struggle to even get a $500,000 plot, and yet 183,000 Ghana cedis. And when you see the list, politically exposed persons, MPP, national executives, regional executives, you have ministers of state, you have governors and all of that. And that is why we take the strong view that going forward, we need a law that...
We are on 9 about per month, sir. Yes, 4:30, and now about Parliament and the award weighing a vetting of nominees. President Mahama will appoint you, say, woman call now the various ministries, you know, woman call her so far. And last week, by Dr. Kizila Toban Forsen, Minister Designate for Finance, were we need here. So and Honorable Abdullahi John Jinapo, or don't so we need here. One so we need here. Enche, Dr. Dominic Akuritinga Ayene, Onobetrase, Minister Designate for Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Yes. Wano Esobetenase Nafi Yeti Nanudi 70. So far, issues outdoor aboard the Abba Yate the power sector. Good for oil. Papanaka Huasem. They good for oil from the onset to know who's no idea when you're bebo, idea and your and so far, dear Mania Genese Nipa Biamu Bia Juma na Uhu Juma na. Now the Jumane man and yet day. 3 nominees hereby. Dr. Kizila to Forsen. President Mahama the first term no a deputy minister for finance. Eti Jumano unim dada. Sanso ena Honorable Abdullah Jinapo. John Jinapo, a friend JJ. JJ su I deputy prime minister pay. Eti abano energy hono moa. Or fair idea about how our system no etie. Ana akurutinga no so by and so a deputy attorney general pay. Enti ase President Mahama atwafufuo amana tonkwam. Tinipa miensan we say nyina no offices awodo a omoko occupy no. Womo ayadwuma ho pen. Enti nya na akọ the doors so mi ofa ha. O wana bo father bi. E fidada and these are, Mekase, they are young and energetic, brilliant. What you say? Woman feeling quenim do sa. It's a bano, sa, youthful aina a honum. Secondly, Adriana Suya Juma, almost 300 years, and they know but sector no more con sɛ na medi kaka no wɔn nim adeɛ na ni so tinya afei na ɔkɔkɔtwe afa ne bo no wotie Dr. Yes, or Dr. Kizela to Forsena for 4 solid hours. Flow ne ko on shop paso. Ohu ade no wo ha. Aha. Zede bia me o kire me say metra microphone achi a. Me nye production kra now. O mame number of hours I can do my show, open phone lines and go. E bi kra na production kra no. Na enka ho. Wotie eye Abdullah Jina Ponso so a. Eba ne power sector, energy sector na egunitrim. Eti because time ni ho. Na fe na bekofo obi a ministry no on shedan nim hunim de. Na oba be wie no betwe afa no bo. Ye mema nipa no be 2 years ansa na oba be sua adwuma na wie na time ko. Ghana ye ma otumi a first 3 years. Wanya hwe na election year start bibia obeluzu. Sana de tie. Ghana ye mouth to me. First 3 years. So one start bibi. Now you are doing say yes. Na bibi koswa. Na election year na be o de asokobo for you will lose. Ye nyina o ha ye ha woni masifate. Honorable so far aka 1 2 awie. But unia we didn't tell too much. Ana omo panel members na bre appointment committee members no. Omo brana.
Now say person bisa obi our experience, so much experience question. One or how because we share from Dr. Forsen Ebedu Jinakwa. There is no question Omuka say omentumi answer. That is the experience they are carrying into that ministry. So it is perfect, and I am expecting the same to happen in the case of Dr. Ayini Oba in the field of Attorney General. And so far, you see, JJ and Honorable John Jinako mentioned about TOR. You see, we are talking about TOR. We are talking about TOR.
Yes.
MPP for Bitina Kunyasu. They know that we can only do what? Refine 45,000 metric cubic of petrol and fuel. They didn't do anything about it. Meanwhile, they have employed people. A place in Korea employ Nipa by 250. Or my employ up to 650. One idea friend
from 250 to 650.
Yes,
on the bear 400.
Yes.
Nipa bear 400 na account.
And now friend bro MPP for ya bro. You see, me make us a campaign. I call and I don't want to be saying all these things.
Yes.
You get me right. The same thing, your parliament, you know, Professor Michael Kwe.
Yes.
Professor Michael Kwe, need time, no. Ajaho time, no. National Service for Omubaho, were 200. Professor Michael Kwe, by no, or the NIPA 400, National Service personnel, no, and Omudibaho, who could do what? Now, Omujida Varanda, Susa, a Chiromaka say, Sauni MPBA. With the Kokoni offices now got with that plan. And now ye torn a wohon. And now Yasakoso sent to for Asene. So Omumbrambe B or a refinery.
Private one.
Yes. Private
meanwhile,
one.
State in one idea.
Meanwhile, ya Bob Bushanti says a sabon sam. Sasekanu ye dia. These are some of the things. In $58 million are yediko 2 bond. Yen to me in fact ye asset I leverage on it to expand to.
Ebe juma bebre. To sika no here at that time $10 million impo.
Yes. That is the problem that we have. When in nature more expanded to. Me wa tuabu gasa Mahama biye no ni production so aba form by 30%. Na muti ho. Inde ukasa na MPP ni kasa. Muti ho. Ade no say muti ho. What did Mahama tell me? Say, why jam excess capacity? Muninam every station excess capacity. Mudia mu kono excess capacity no more. These are the questions we should ask. You see, the level of criminality, it is above an ordinary person. But when you take pen and paper, abra MPP abang, edibu mine, you know, anopenu. I will say, abena.
the former deputy minister of finance.
Yes.
Obisa
Abno.
Yes. Obisa atufo se question fi ma say sa. Efa say growth. And I said, Obisa growth no e ka mo that word there one ka ho asem. Do you get me right?
Yeah.
Into obia say mo bombody. Na e ka mo that to ho no. And there's 745 billion and there yen ka ho asem. You should look at that.
Onamo, yes, take it to talk a crime hard here. Yeah. We are former member of parliament.
Yes.
1963. And our sergeant for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah Nyamefane Kransie. Establish a tour. At that time, na Ghana, ye now so that I see ibitime to fangu Nkrumah. But Nkrumah who they need to build that facility. Sir okra raw crude at the bar. Na oben noa. Ubetime nya commodities bear 7. Eti okra raw crude so airful. Dan se finished product ha. Would the egu a year evan is a container bear 7. She bear 7 abano. Eti ade a she bear 7 ne babano. Ba ku pebe timi dia ba na raw crude no. I remember sir Ebrana Kufuoti etia banya so. Dr. R.K.B Sapon no more time. I remember Toye Juma. I remember say President Mahama the first time when I wada akoti hono no. Before omotenwa Mills Mahama 10 one end year.
Rollins time cry Toye.
Rollins time Toye Juma.
Juma.
Okay. Then Mills Mahama minim say a wada akon time. Woman noa 7 million barrels or liters. I mean 7 million barrels or so. And a Juma. At the intina a buyer, okay, so your transition at the fee side administration swinging. Mills Mahama 7 million. Yanwa 7 million barrels. Then a stop President Akufo-Addo to also continue da if I say the trajectory or the path na the previous administrations no editor faswa. Then a the missing link no. Ya guto. I need say bust a storage. But yes answer the tour. Ebe can bust Jumadia would you say yen store. Yen crude honum. The missing link no ya day.
A dear woman is say selfishness and greed. And he say they've sat down and no match contract no ma say it is a business to go and lift finished product from abroad.
Okay.
Ehon no interest wo. Say ye kwa na ya ma contract kakra uzu ko lifti bibra, wezu ko lifti bibra. Inti omodi ye business. They are not interested in say yanka sanu ye be kwa ko lifti crude oil na ya no aton. They are interested in giving contract to their cronies to go and bring finished products which somebody have added value. And that was the problem. Inti ebasanu who the coming days no ebia ebehu nipa lista omaya we lifting the eba we lifting on himself benya the profit. That is why they are profit motivated. They are not for this nation. That is why all this senka minia senka nanado edomai kenoforiata edomai no inka they will go and leave the oil say 45,000 because why were you employing more people whilst you are not refining? What?
Turning Juma.
But meanwhile, Nipa don't do a go on.
You're increasing the workforce.
Yes. That is the criminality. Causing financial loss to the state. Review of the constitution, we must do it very well. Na ye fa these barriers ni nyina to ho. Say ye deposition no mawa uye no se na upe a wan fa kapren cry she obotoma say ye ntwewa so. You must actually meet the target, and if you couldn't meet the target within a stated period, you need to be asked to what to move away from that position. Sanyama na yanye look at the hawk. Senya omusi amanage Kofi Duma amanage ho. Adia ya rehabilitate dia mau ya ton fide fufro eye duma fine who condemn workers crown to mean to your muka you run the place down
na yesi nipa no onko fie. That person must be surcharged, causing financial loss to the state. We look at the raw materials we've supplied you to manage or to manufacture and sell and make profit. If you couldn't do it, then you need to what? Be surcharged. Benefits, I say, they don't have to give you anything. And that is what has happened to us today. Eba mu say, Mahama ye dua weni nyina, and the you know, wachi time me akoda no, me ba kra, to ne gas bebia omu flare gas no. Yes. And ye na me tre, and na mini hu say, oh, say there ye dura kra wi. And ye say that in there, dan kra pa afie nya ho eko. You see, so you see the gas flaring, say cause one say ba jam say no so to ye juma. Even my brother Ankasa or ye juma or hosa and sana or and must say sectors. Which sector can we mention today? Intermediate misre, wachi asema makachrew, edikan, any honorable John Jinako, minim say senka parliament basically almost 21st and then 13th. Yes. I think by 8 days time. Yeah, bibia mana akotina ho. ECG hu hia pa ba omia ti ho didi hu. Mo hu abrosa ba omia sisi. If it is true that ya hu say omu sisi no. Yeah. Onya sika free ho 30 million Ghana cedis through Haptel every month. And I ye de ye tua ye bre. And odisi ne dan. Oh no de odisi dan. Or ya japade. MPP before. Omu was suban bi o. Omu nam tam bia and about me bu ade and they say, "Hey, uba me kroma. Nipo bu ade pa ni before." Mami ka ba me before. So if you catch us so bi bu ade pa on your sofa on your teacher. Yes. No on hwenu pa. And I want this type of stories to come. Because oyin senchireni kakra chere but akwa ti say ya ho say otumi gina PDS echi edi bank guarantee edi aye insurance ba omia tumi ya di we chere ye wo memu MPP for so obuade na say obuade a ubeton papa japade ana koko ana gold egudie nu ubeton edi aja akukotakra. You will never do that, but he did that, but people are still praising him. And nunti no muse nka montu asu saa bagana nyami de ompinida ontu asu saa no ye no saa na nka sese no na ba omia no na aye president hwedan a omusisi hwe Samuel Abudinakpo nsase a wato ama ne busiafo a omusisi dan just because Ghana made you a minister. Why is it so? And one thing I've taken and say Dr. Tufosin says, also obey Juma sa ama Ghana yesanya single digit inflation. That is seriousness. But the most painful aspect, and he said, anytime MPP come and mess up with the economy, no, ye NDC, ye na ye Danny Bola. Ye na ye Danny Bola. Eti omo admit is omo say economy no. Yes. Eti mumra na me ni ye. Ye. Muna bit me ni ye. Ye na ye Bola. Ye mbesiese no. Do you get you right? It is a say no. One say a minister say shebo say ye be change. Inflation is 23.8. Yes, 23.8. Or so be ye juma sa manaba single digit. Na ejuma no ye na unim se kai se odi ekom eni ni odin eni odi be ye obi de obetena se a na odi sirie eni kwadro eni odi say on my sika. These are some of the things we should be looking at. Sometimes it pains me for NDC. Do you get me right? MPP be saying Nyama, then we have to come and say Nyama. Atofosin, so Dr. Atofosin, a minister designate for finance, waka say, Obema, Enyuma ho, and so omo Enyuma businesses, no. Yes. Omba benya relief because or the VAT reform so eba. One say Obisa mo say VAT reform. Why should it be always revenue, yes, and expenditure and taxes? They did one say me perhaps several times because say MPP is not expanding the economy. How do you expand the economy? You invest in the productive sectors. Minya say poultry farm aye kroima say eggs no aboa say we can export. Of course we can export. Say onion aye growing ma say na Burkina for the onion bread no we can export. Why didn't we do that? Into be say a lot of the products aye benya fra from it will also help to what? To engage the youth. We can export. Then you see young guys coming that say there say Abrabu or Ghana. Let me export some to some neighboring countries. Then you get the foreign currency. That alone frees your city from suffering the exchange brutalities. They don't do that. We didn't invest into the economy. Eba Musa na ye planting for food sika. Ye di aye di. Ye di planting for food sika ne di aye di. Minister no ye jisika se ekoma besrem no ye jisika koto mo afro bi maimu. Enye Ghana for mu. Enye Ghana for mu. So we have very good rich land no. Ye tisu ena ye hu ti say prisoners for foreign products. De bia ye ko importi, sidi no be de anya hondi. Media de mi hia pa ni say Mahama onfa tractors ti say Traore. Tractors no embra prom ha. Na yen fanko baby asase no wono. Na yen konkodo. Let us have enough food. In there yeti ha unim say duani ni Ghana krom sese. I know. We don't have enough food in the country. No. The food is not there. In the one na person no nkodo. No fambra ukrum na ude uedidi. Now say yes, if you can import, then it means that your currency must suffer. That is why our city is suffering. So especially so, the government of today must identify the areas that we can go into the production. Whether it's fisheries, look at all the lakes. And yet China for na be try say na edikage too show musaye tilapia. These are some of the things we could do. So the people who we are training are the extension officers, the Greek extension officers. No, we need to focus on them. How can we grow pineapple very well and expand it? Which areas, the agronomists should tell us which areas of Ghana that we can grow pineapples very well, palms very well, oranges very well, cassava very well, maize and others, so that Ghanaians will be self-sufficient as far as food is concerned. So, say, these are the areas. Nobody should be expecting, say, look, I am not against the coding. Those who be doing coding and all these things. But one thing I believe is that when you do coding finish by using the computers, in the evening you eat kenke. Huh? Oh, another, yes. In the evening you eat fufu. So where are you going to get that from? So once 1 million people out of 33 million are doing coding, the rest should go into farming. You too, you can get something. Me now, say, for example, look at the dusters, Toma driver for our Krumha, and your cotton. Yes.
Indeed,
if we have a lot of cotton, the basic fabric, I bet to me, I cry, say, duster, car duster, and kwana, factory, no, would be to try to, so that the government will lay embargo on this duster, ye di free, amanonidiba. She said, duster, cry, kum. And now fighting a city. That's how is fighting because we import it. These are the things we should look at. Where is Ghana cotton today? They are not working. They've closed down. The land is there. To some of us, that is where we go. But you umami be bia ode mami fami ko be bia ye bedo ameduani abu okroma. If we can raise fish farming, ye betumi ya. Coastal Ghana, can't we supply ourselves? Look at the poultry, chicken, kopshete mahabo. Na ube say contain abase chicken. Ngongwa dodo. Na no obidi eggs free krum ha. Ediko. Some part of this country so koto. Can you imagine this? Exporting eggs, even though those eggs were gotten from Ghana.
Yes.
But Bisa won't say, why should somebody export eggs in crates to the outskirts of this country and rural areas, say, Okoton? Why can't we raise poultry farm in those areas? That is it. Why can't we do so? Why can't we do so? These are the problems. So, you see, the young guys, I love them, but I'm crying for them because we are coming to clean the dirty rags that MPP for Esadi Jaho.
Yansha Diabako, Dr. Atofos and Kai. He talked about or can be far betting tax home.
Yeah. also good for the trade unions maybe in recent times. Ayo margin say, oh, I buying okay, be about levy. Don't scrap it. And also bit me aboa or some sector or part of the economy no, but bit me aso anoma na yi. Then also a betting tax. Oh, betting tax in a crown. You bit me at the IB before fraud. But we are campaign promises. Our President Mahama, Professor Nana Jino Poko Ajiman, Jina platform.
Yeah, man.
I would also.
Yeah.
I can't say one be a few of them.
Yeah.
But now, Ato Forsen is telling us that the betting tax, it rakes in 50 million a year.
Yeah.
Sheda nye ayibiya keke. Ibiti nye scale ba before fraud. Because okan sa asem no. Ene mani koto toll so. The toll no at that time it was giving us 70 million a year. The then government, our President Kufuor, the former President D.N. Mono, said that 70 million a year. So, adia kwana law etaro hono. Wamu etwa mu de koy. And now 50 million a year. Is it a smart way this government and especially Dr. Ato Forsen, because he said the next budget on married, you know, we're going to see it will take away those taxes, the nuisance taxes. Then government at the better so. Then reintroduction of toll and so ever. Mamitio.
Yeah. You see, that is the mistake we make. MPP phone, they shot themselves in the foot. In the sense, Omubaye in 2017, I was in Parliament. They said they are taking nuisance, we are taking nuisance tax away. Do you get right? We are taking nuisance tax. So number. So why did you bring these taxes again? If you took this nuisance taxes away, you are bringing smelling taxes. Why do you bring that? Because they couldn't manage the economy and they borrowed excessively. Say the first government, who say, or the excise duty are to locally manufactured product. Now, when you have businesses, people are doing business, and you pile up taxes on them, you are collapsing the business. MPP people should learn this simple business language. You are collapsing. So once you take these taxes, you better me a friend who smelling taxes away. One or more year e-levy ni weni nyinano. At least you are supporting them a bit. And at two for say, in the principle of accounting, or no there or whom baby ye be position this e-levy baby because adienu obi sending ni sika. Edien na one manu potia odintia. And now udisi na nemunti na ujinu sa sika se e-levy. Now this betting tax no there at the point MPP fonsa hu nyombe yo mu hu kra e je so ma boka hu ntumi ntua inti akwati se bi ka fra kramofo ensu afa kramo e na ne chesusa se nseni na kra e obi pese o kofa. That's the problem, because eno no mo aye kra na mudi boye in the area of youth to campaign e je so wan shembrante no obufu wo a wo ya ban no ese se wo bi adwuma na mbrante nya binyo wan bi adwuma waji sika se planting for food and job eduane no ni ho inti ono susu tifie wanya factory bi anko on sa fa ne phone kakra se okay se adwuma bi ani ho de ma mi twa me number we hwe se menya na ususu sa na machire why se ma na adwuma wa ma na adwuma no una machire se ukoji no tax eye bufu se mankasa. So it is right say we look at an alternative way to get money. Now this toll booth,
yes,
mesre Ghana for. Look, like from Makola, ubedu adenta krano. Say ye do ye hua ye betumi atua be ye tu. That is how America is. Unna mwase se ana latina sokra na ya omaji usika afro card so. Until like from Makola, ubedu adenta barrier krano what your tax be 3 on the road. And I yasa create baby to hose open tema e hosu kofa. Inti say no general one ubetu 2 cedis open tema na what 5 cedis.
Now,
on the no traffic.
Now, what is the sense in this? It allows the business downtime need 10 around, no? A contempt. That is the reason Japanese government enya ya and our baby temamoto were an about joint no because you can go and stand there. You see, Ghana, we don't take time to do anything, to calculate anything. But I could say time is money. But when you grow, we don't put it in business. Obibe tumiako yi container. Say odi kokumasi ana makola. Now wako jina temamoto were an about 3 or 4 hours. Obroni hu ya no sre eno koni krum ana Muhammad Abaya nyom wadi nketa ho eno musi mayensi that interchange no na ubedru ho a unsan jinabio inde kona kohwe ufa soro na ofa fom afe kura na Muhammad be kwa akobia no afe na omu bewie nu no ne na na do mu he ni nyina no de eye se omu pese omu fa fans. So the toll booth ebeba sese no tio in case someone say charge akwata because Boakye sika ye ninde no ese someone sansi toll booth no they destroy all.
Yeah.
And now we destroy all NPP for na destroy. We as Ghanaians destroy all these toll booths. Now mani nya one say if like say a person toll booth to say makola e dey kwa denta na esi the whole country no. Don't be surprised. I'm catch us say Kanu Kranu ebeko be say 100 million Ghana cedis. You should not be surprised. Now obia bomano kasa and no coffee free. The constitutional review. Look, a minister must take a decision that at the end of the day should kneel to the benefit of this nation. That decision was taken because of E11. He needs to be punished for it. He has caused financial loss to the state. I am calling for that, sir. In a review constitution, one of them make us say, "You fight those barriers, infantusu, and we say a more position. Who be that dream and son of why eduma?"
Because me kai say time am wakwata the ekas woman yito no.
Yes.
At that time na John Wood was the general secretary at the MPP.
Yes.
And he said, "Oh, to no, ya the emrana di to no by." It is also when you get to be more. Parliament. So, I heard John Bodu at that time on radio, television, telling Ghanaians that Semrane se minister and general minister and so on, ya Semrane channel. And now, your friend is Sakake and a coy. And that time, the toll net generated 70 million Ghana cedis.
And Mwagwata say, who is Tio, Amakwata says, meanwhile, you see that physically challenged person. So you have to consider the truth of the matter. And say, Senkasani panokrati ho age sasikano, Fanuse abai ohu sasikano, but physically challenging need
yeah.
Say abana buano.
But me bonabo say Amakwata kasi yohusikana na. He was not being truthful.
Yes,
to himself.
He was trying to defend the indefensible.
Yeah, because he himself told near the amount private hands.
Yes.
And the amount target. And I know, sir, Obidisa Kaswa tono, for instance. Now a generated sika MI every day 36,000 Ghana cedis. That was 360 million. It is a honorable Ashiamani the contract in amount. Na yamount target. Who generated 36,000 for government. Nebeka chinebiano wodia. Eti contract no so na dia ma no. Ye ni mabia ska ko guntu aka say ye hu sika no a.
No, sir.
Na
o pa say he was trying to defend the indefensible. Sir, waka say ye njai to nu jibi na no. Ese say o ka bibi enfant.
Justify say ni enti say.
That speech is not ministerial. There is no analysis in that statement that he has made. He has to be called to make analysis. Niente o kasa asem chere. Kachre say okay ska ojini nyina no di tia workers ka. Those workers are not foreigners, they are Ghanaians. They are Ghanaians. So these are some of the things are binder than aye edia tia Ghana. SSA enhwe nu pa going forward. Okay. And na one kasa asem John Jinagbo or say
Yen betia obi nanzo by betia cry betia no gentle. Me paucha yi gentle no free. Kasa se betia e betia. Me yi gentle no free ho. So bi di bonia. Se wotumi tia sa nipa no nanzo amana ye ne ya. You be guided. Honorable, what first statue na si efian kwanta o takra de no encrophobia kubo to ago. What first statue no e chebeko parliament. Eno ne baako. Number 2. Na pose wo be bisa ne se asantefo anto aba no. O he no se wotumi di watam ye pa. Tie no.
You haven't brought the Ashanti vote though. Finally, that's my last question.
That is I hope you never ask that question again, because it might provoke somebody to insult you. The whole country didn't vote. We lost 2.1 million votes. Can it be formally Ashanti? When I hear somebody say that, I feel really that I have to insult the person. That Ashanti didn't bring a vote. What does that mean? The voter.
We will be do a temp. Na post wa be na pom boade. Sabi wa be din se we be do a temp papa. O tu fo anim agu nanim asisa. Those are some of the things. And with such persons omuba be minister nka vice president nka Ghana crowd here nka yewu. What's up this question statue no? Statue statue ayira no statue no frama na nse frama abo
na statue all them pose.
And me say Omaka Jero say
statue all them pose.
I am from a party. Yabefa no say omanya good work. Proper work has not been done.
Oh, Samum.
Shoddy work no. Shoddy work no in so no. And now what you be?
What is your politician no?
What you
for behind you be?
Now, then this is a scenario. Adichia okomu say start to know down. Give the probable scenario. Say o ka say nipa ko fa nipa no bra. One hu nipa no so e frama.
Ti akwaba ko bia o kasa ti.
Because yanse bi anyim. Because e ko no won wie na be de ma de be si on ta da ni aso wan fa. Nti ebun. Ade bia no tumi siga.
Okay, yenko parliament. Na yenko na we aye nominee for aye Ministry of Justice and Attorney General. Yanko Dr. Dominic Ayene.
Well, they want me to say they drafted the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Honourable members, I welcome the nominee for the position of the Attorney General and Minister responsible for justice. I will now give the floor to the minority leader and the ranking member, whether he has some preliminary observations. Thank you very much.
Honorable nominee, thank you for being here. I think I'm hearing from colleagues that they want you to take the oath before we make the comment. If it pleases the chairman, I may want to yield to that. So you take the oath and then after that.
Please go ahead, make your comment. We'll take the oath and proceed with the questions.
Well,
this is
Chairman, thank you. I note from the letter that and just help with the proper designation. The undated letter, the reference letter from the Jubilee House has your name as a third person, Dr. Dominic Akrutinga Ayene, MP, and it says that Minister Designate, Attorney General, and Ministry of Justice. I thought, I'm not too clear. Is it supposed to be Attorney General's Department? and Ministry of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with the designation in the Constitution, the Constitution says that there shall be an Attorney General who shall be a Minister of State. And so the correct designation is Attorney General and
Ministry of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with the designation in the Constitution, the Constitution says that there shall be an Attorney General who shall be a Minister of State. And so the correct designation is Attorney General and Minister of Justice, not Minister of Justice. I think that was a mistake.
No, but in the opening, it says Minister Designate, Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. So I'm asking that the Minister Designate, should it have been Attorney General's Department and Ministry of Justice?
Honorable members, preliminary comment doesn't take the form of questions to nominee. So I would plead with the Honorable Minority Leader that if his preliminary comment is in the form of a question, then you can hold it. When we get to question time, then you look at the document and pose a question to the nominee. Thank you very much. Apart from the Minority Leader, no member of the committee or a friend to the committee has a right to make a preliminary comment. Can we proceed to swear the witness in?
Chairman, if you don't want it that way, I think I would go by that for you. So it's an observation. Learned Attorney General, I'm sure as your colleagues, we know what you stand for, and we want to assure you that the exercise we will undertake this evening will be done in utmost good faith and with utmost respect to you. Please, your practice has taught you that when you get an adversary, a witness in the witness box, you do all you can, but it's not to be taken personal. That you're already aware. So I just want you to take your emotions out of the exercise we are going to do and see yourself as a witness in the box, that we are cross-examining you. And we as counsel would not mean any ill fate for you. We don't mean any harm, but to do our work and do it well. So I just want you to bear that in mind, even before you take your oath for us to proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader will always warn me that we should not take a witness in a box to answer questions by way of vetting or inquiry. As a witness under cross-examination and at the trial. Committee clerk, please swear the witness in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I hereby give you to take the oath.
I, Dominic Akuritenga Ayine,
Swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Minister Designate for Attorney General and Minister for Justice. As usual, we'll start the questions from the subject matter committee members from the minority. Menshia South, Bafo, Honorable Bafo.
Thank you very much, Mr.
You have
Chairman.
the floor.
Dr. Ayini, welcome to the committee. And I'd like to congratulate you for your nomination. As for the approval, it's yet to be done, so I'm constrained. We know ourselves from practice, even though you are my senior at the bar. We cross swords in the case of the Henry Nana Boakye versus Attorney General, and subsequently we found ourselves in the same aisle in the case of the Republic versus Dr. Kwabena 4 and 8 others, when you were the initial attorney. So welcome. Doc, of particular concern to me is what I find in the your party's manifesto, which is titled Resetting Ghana 2024. At page 142, you have stated that you will establish the regional tribunals provided under Article 142 of the Constitution and pass a law to reintroduce the community and circuit tribunals, first established under the Courts Act 1993, Act 459, but abolished under the Courts Amendment Act 2002, Act 620. It is of concern to me because we all know what the tribunals did. In fact, the literature which captures the footprints of the tribunals is in abundance. And I have in my hand the African Watch report on human rights. African Watch report, volume 4, issue number 1. This is what it says about the tribunal. Dated 31st of January 1992. This is what it says of the tribunal. That
the literature that we are quoting, what is the source of it? Who is the writer?
It is the report of Human Rights Watch, a human rights organization.
Human Rights Watch.
Yes.
From Human Rights Organization.
Yes, please. I have
Okay.
copies here. I can give the committee copies if my.
Well, I just want to know the source. Having mentioned the source, proceed to ask your question.
Okay. So it was abundantly clear that during one of the problems with the tribunal system was its disregard for human rights, such as refusing accused persons the right to even call witnesses sometimes. By the way, the jurisdiction of the tribunals was criminal jurisdiction. It was also noted for delays. It was also noted for delays. It had no regard whatsoever for the laws of this country, to the extent that as a result of the decisions of tribunals, our mothers were punished through caning.
Honorable member, question.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable member, you are a lawyer.
It is very important.
I am asking a question. You are a lawyer.
Mr. Chairman, very respectfully, both of us practice at the bar.
Yes.
And so the question, Mr. Chairman,
so you know very well that the literature that you are reading doesn't take primacy over the constitutional provision relating to the tribunal.
Mr. Chairman, the constitutional provision relating to tribunal, Article 142, has to do with just regional tribunals. It is not related to district and community tribunals. So, Mr. Chairman, I need to give context to my question. So if you allow me, very respectfully, it's in the interest of the public.
Let's proceed and ask your question.
Mr. Chairman, so what the tribunal did, we are all aware. Indeed, when you look at the National Reconciliation Report, it captured extensively.
With all due respect, go straight and ask your question. You have laid enough foundation for your question.
Mr. Chairman, I think that if you allow me, the nation will be interested.
You don't argue with the chair.
Mr. Chairman, this is not an argument, Mr. Chair. I'm only asking that you indulge me so I lay the right foundation and ask the right
You've been
question.
directed by the chair to proceed to ask your question, so do exactly the same.
In fact, in 2002, when the bill to abolish the district and regional tribunals was laid, one of the things that were captured in the Hansard, dated 18th March 2002, was that it was being abolished because of the breaches of human rights and also the cost associated with it. Honorable nominee, the question I want to ask you is that, why do you want to reintroduce something which is associated with the dark past of this country? Why do you want to reintroduce it? What is it that our ordinary courts, regular courts, cannot provide in terms of the criminal jurisdiction of this country that you want to revisit and bring back the tribunals? That they are deficient and they are not auguring well for our development as a country. Now, talking about the public tribunals, the honorable member will note that in terms of Article 25(1), it is provided that justice emanates from the people.
and will be administered in their name in accordance by the judiciary and in accordance with the Constitution. The internal logic or internal morality.
Leonard, with respect, which article were you referring to, please?
Article 125, Clause 1 of the Constitution of the Republic
please,
of Ghana.
May you read it? Yes.
Yes, Chairman, I was trying to...
Honorable nominee, you are asked to read something without a permission coming from the chair. Please.
Very well, Mr.
Honorable Minority Leader has opened that particular provision, so I believe he will read it and satisfy himself. Proceed with your answer.
Okay. I believe he wants to lay the context for a question. So, Honorable Minority Leader.
Nominee, please follow the instructions of the chair.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Chairman.
Chairman, I don't know if Honorable Boa wants to usurp your powers. You are in the chair.
Chairman of the committee, if in case you do not know.
Chairman, when we try to push, we get calls from your own side, we are in this together. I do not want to also get a certain impression that chairman, in an attempt to assert himself, would want to do things to undermine this very process. In all humility, since morning, I keep using the word, I beg you. The nominee made reference to a constitutional provision to make a point. And I'm saying that not all of us are lawyers. Not everybody here is a lawyer. And I say, can you read the provisions and explain your point? Then you come and say, yeah, but I am here with him.
Honorable members, the question is coming from Honorable Bafo, and answers are being provided by Honorable Bafo. If Minority Leader wants to ask a supplementary question, at least he should allow the witness to complete the answer, but not to interject to say that read the constitutional provision without even the attention of the chair.
Chairman, with your leave, I pray that the nominee, as he references Article 125, he should read it in full to situate the argument rightly. Thank you so much.
Well, the nominee even quoted the 1251 verbatim, but you may go ahead and read it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Article 1251 of the Constitution, that is Clause 1 of the Constitution, says that justice emanates from the people and shall be administered in the name of the Republic by the judiciary, who shall be independent and subject only to this Constitution. I think I paraphrased it very accurately. And I was on the point that the internal logic of the laws, the PNDC laws establishing the public tribunals, was to ensure the participation of ordinary citizens in the administration of justice. And that aligns fully with the substantive content of Article 125, Clause 1 of the Constitution, because it says justice emanates from the people. In the context of Article 125, 1, the judiciary is the organ of state vested with the power to administer justice. And if the honorable nominee who asked the question, the honorable member who asked the question would care to look at Article 142 of the Constitution, which he referenced, all right, in that context, in the peculiar context of Article 142, the judiciary is defined to include the regional tribunals. What he left out is Article 142, I think, Clause 3, who says, and such other courts and tribunals as Parliament may by law establish. All right? So it creates, 142 creates the regional tribunals, which have coordinate criminal jurisdiction with the High Court, all right, in all respects. And then it says that Parliament may by law establish such courts and tribunals, that is inferior courts and tribunals, as it deems fit. Okay. Now, to the question why we want to bring back the public tribunals, we want to go back and align with the internal logic of Article 125, Clause 1, that there must be participation by ordinary people in the administration of justice. If you recall, all the tribunals, district tribunals, circuit tribunals, regional tribunals, had a chairperson or chairman and two who was, mandatorily required to be a lawyer, and two, other persons who were non-lawyers selected from the community. So aside the traditional jury system that allows, ordinary citizens to participate in the administration of justice in a limited fashion, the PNDC, in its wisdom, broadened public participation in the administration of justice through the tribunal system. Now, you referenced a report by Africa Watch. Of course, I am familiar with Africa Watch. If you go back to my CV, you realize that I was executive director of the Center for Public Interest Law, a human rights organization that I founded and ran for 10 good years, that conducted public interest litigation and represented persons whose human rights were being violated. So if you remember the famous case of Sodom and Gomorrah, I was a lawyer for the thousands of displaced persons in Sodom and Gomorrah using the Center for Public Interest Law. And so I'm very much aware of what Africa Watch stands for, right? But look carefully at the report, the date of the report. It will let you know that the empirical evidence for the statements that were being made, if at all, was gathered not from the era of the coming into force of the Constitution, but the era prior to the coming into force of the Constitution. Now, when it comes to our...
With your leave, the document you referred to, was it Africa Watch? Human rights.
No, but he said Africa Watch.
No, let there be clarity.
What? Yeah.
No. Mr. Bafo, please, let's repeat again the full document you referred to, because we don't want a situation whereby Africa Watch will say that they have not made any publication. What is the name?
Mr. Chair, this is not Africa Watch, the newspaper. It is Africa Watch, a human rights watch group. When he's aware, it's not a newspaper.
Wait. The document is it an organization's report, or you are quoting from a publication?
It's an organization's report.
And what is the name of the organization?
The organization is Africa Watch, Human Rights Watch Group.
Okay, Leonard, then in reference to that, please quote it well. Respect.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was very much aware of the fact that it's the human rights wing of the Africa Watch, but I was just referring to it in the manner that the honorable member stated. So if you look at the date, okay, my hunch is that the empirical evidence for a report dated very close to the first quarter of 1992 would have been from the pre-constitutional era, when the public tribunals were administering revolutionary justice in the context of PNDC Law 1. Now, if you look at PNDC Law 1, there was no human rights chapter. That was the Grundnorm. That was the constitution, the fundamental law of the land at the time. There was no human rights chapter. In resetting Ghana, we will reset it in accordance with the 1992 Constitution. And the 1992 Constitution is very clear, that the sovereign power of Ghana rests in the people of Ghana, in whose name and for whose welfare the powers of government should be exercised in accordance with this Constitution. Governmental powers includes the powers exercised by the judiciary of our land. That includes the public tribunals. I believe that it is not your view, honorable member, that the public tribunals would not or are not part of the judiciary. They are part of the chapter on the judiciary. And so they will be bound by Chapter 5, the human rights provisions, and the entire Constitution, guided by the directive principles of state policy in Chapter 6. And so the proposal in our manifesto is to re-establish the regional tribunals with criminal jurisdiction that is, coordinate jurisdiction with the High Court. And then we will have the circuit tribunals in all the districts, in all the, the regions, and then also the district tribunals that will also dispense justice in the various districts of our country. And I believe that if they are being regulated, and my proposal or my thinking going into this office is that we will enact a Public Tribunals Act. That will be comprehensive, and that will, contain restrictions in terms of the conduct, of the affairs of the tribunals and the human rights violations that are, referenced in the Africa Watch Human Rights report will hopefully not occur. Not under my watch as the Attorney General of this Republic.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bafo. Before you proceed with your second question, Honorable Mahama Yariga has a follow-up.
Honorable Attorney General nominee, do you intend to establish tribunals that will use caning and lashing of people as one of the punishments? Do you intend?
Mr. Chairman, I do not, and that will not be permitted by the Constitution of the Republic. In fact, that will be inhuman and degrading treatment of our citizens.
Minority Leader also has a follow-up, so you may wait for your second question.
Honorable nominee, have you become aware of the establishment of the ORA?
Honorable Minority Leader, a follow-up question must relate to the preliminary questions or the substantive question asked. But this is completely unrelated to the substantive question asked. So hold it. When it comes to your turn, you can pose these questions. Honorable
Chairman, with respect, please hold your horses. Let me make a point. We are dealing with matters of public tribunal. We are talking about issues that go complementary, okay? As far as possible, from all that you've said. I am trying to appreciate the point you made in response to the question he asked, that would you set up a tribunal which would carry canes to be, chasing people here and there? You responded that no, because it will not be in accordance with law. Correct?
In the same spirit, I am asking you that the ORA, that committee, which we've been told is to receive information from the public regarding supposed looting and all that. If you become aware of it, do you think that its establishment is in accordance with the Constitution?
Honorable Minority Leader, I believe the question asked relates substantially to Article 1261B. This oral that you are bringing in is not related to the establishment of the tribunal as stated in the NDC manifesto. So I reiterate the point that you can hold it when it gets to your turn. You ask a substantive question, but this cannot be accepted as a follow-up question. Thank you very much, Honorable Leader. Honorable Bafo, proceed with your second question.
Honorable Nominee.
Chairman.
So, Minority Leader,
Chairman,
I cannot ask a member
Chairman,
to proceed with a question, and then you ask that he should hold on. This is unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable. So, Honorable Bafo, proceed to ask your second question.
Chairman, take it easy.
Would you want to forfeit asking your second question?
Chairman, take it easy. 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 The nominee, in response to a question as to whether there will be an establishment of a tribunal which will carry canes to lash people, responded that that would be unconstitutional. I am premising my follow-up question on the constitutional issue he has raised. You may disagree with me, Chairman. We are being cooperative, but please, he has raised a constitutional matter that if he establishes a tribunal with canes lashing people for the purpose of ensuring justice, it will be unconstitutional. Now, it is in that spirit that I am asking him, because he has raised a constitutional matter, that there are things that if you do, it will be outside of the Constitution, and he as AG won't do it. So I am asking whether or not he's become aware of the aura, and if he has become aware of the aura, its mandate is within the ambit of the Constitution because he has raised it. So it is flowing from the very answer he gave on the constitutionality of the functions of a publicly established body, such as a tribunal. So, Chairman, I do not see why we should be locking horns on this matter. But however, if you insist, I will yield to you for us to make progress. If you insist, I will yield to you for us to make progress.
Honorable members, I insist that the question is unrelated to the question posed to the nominee relating to the establishment of the tribunal as contained in the manifesto of the National Democratic Congress. Honorable Bafo, may you proceed to ask your second question.
Honorable nominee, the question was, what is it that the high courts, regular high courts, are not doing that you need the tribunals to cure? That, Honorable Nominee, I didn't hear anything. But more importantly, on the question of the promise that you are not going to set up a tribunal that will cane people, Honorable Nominee, are you aware that there is the criminal practice and procedure of this country is regulated by statute, and that statute does not include private citizens called oral, gathering evidence which will be handed over to the Attorney General to prosecute? Are you aware that there's nothing like that in the criminal, in the statutes of this country? Are you aware? Yes or no?
Honorable members, I know the nominee is capable of answering the question. But in our Criminal and Other Offences Act, as well as the Procedure Act, committees are not stated. But Honorable Nominee, may you proceed to answer the question?
Well, I'm sure the Honorable Member himself well knows that Act 30, the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act, does not create bodies, organizations, agencies, or entities that are mandated to operationalize criminal procedure. It merely lays out the procedure relating to criminal trials, whether summary trials, trial on indictment, and so on and so forth, and then relating to how you treat evidence in criminal matters. So it does not create bodies. So I would not, to your answer, there is nothing about oral in in Act 30. Now, the question whether oral is legal has been raised, by various people within the media, all right? Oral is the Operation Recover All Loot. If you look at the preamble to the Constitution, it is very, very clear about what are the fundamental values underpinning the Constitution. The value of accountability is one of the preambular commitments in our Constitution. It's a primary value. Oral is supposed to exact accountability from persons either politically exposed or persons holding public office who used or misused their office to loot public resources by way of property, money, and other intangible resources. So oral is constitutional. Oral is legal. In fact, the fact that it is a non-legal body doesn't mean that it is illegal. There's a distinction between non-legality and illegality.
Mr. Chair, please, if I may be allowed a follow-up.
Yes, you have my discretion. Before then, let me hear from Honorable Ayerga.
Mr. Chair.
He's coming in on a point of information.
Mr. Chairman, if you open the Constitution to Article 41, Article 41 deals with duties of a citizen. Please, everybody, listen to this. Article 41 deals with duties of a citizen. 41F says one of the duties of every citizen of this country is to protect and preserve public property and expose and combat misuse and waste of public funds and property. So if somebody forms a committee to elicit information about instances of looting of public property and waste and resources, is it not to provide an avenue for compliance with this constitutional provision. Is that not what it is?
No, we are.
And how different is this campaign from the campaign that took place recently? See something, say something. If you see looting, say it. If you see stealing, say it.
Mr. Chair, my
Honourable members, to our guests, I will reiterate the fact that we do not clap in Parliament, but we rather say, here, here. Is that okay? Honorable Ayerga, you are even not supposed to react. So observe the proceedings in silence. Honorable Ayerga, we are grateful for the point of information.
Okay,
you want to ask a follow-up question?
Before my last main question.
You are permitted to ask the follow-up question.
Mr. Chair, it is very interesting to note that notwithstanding Article 41F, the Criminal Offences and Procedure Act, Act 30, provided or has made provision for investigations, arrest, and prosecution of criminal offenses. And it still doesn't include oral or private individuals acting. But my follow-up is this. My follow-up is this. My follow-up is this.
What you've just said was a preliminary comment, but not a follow-up question.
Mr. Chair, I plead with you to indulge me in the interest of Ghana. Roxanne, you promised to protect.
Please go ahead with your last question.
Okay. So, in the year 2010, the NDC administration under Professor Mills commissioned the Constitution Review Commission that presented its report in the year 2012, for which a white paper was issued in June 2012. Hope you remember. Good. Now, you spoke extensively seeking to justify tribunals, the establishment of tribunals. At page 21 of the report of the Commission of Inquiry, of the white paper on the report of the Constitution Review Commission, at page 21, the white paper stated as follows: maintenance of regional tribunal in court structure. Government accepts the recommendation that regional tribunal be abolished and matters handled by them incorporated into the regular court schedule. Government, however, holds the view that the chairman of the regional tribunal, if any, should be absorbed into the judiciary as high court judges. This is by an NDC government. The question is that when you had previously accepted the commission's report to abolish the Commission of Inquiry, to abolish tribunals, and now you say you are bringing it back, is it not double speaking? Especially when you have also failed to provide before us what the High Court is not doing that you want to correct with the tribunal. Is it not double speaking without any justification? Dated 2012, yes.
So what is the exact date on the report?
The report...
You are referring to the white paper?
I'm referring to the white paper.
The report of the Constitutional Review Commission?
I'm referring to the government white paper stating its position
very well,
on the report.
Very well. Honorable nominee, your response.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very much aware of the position stated by the honorable member. I was very intimately involved in the work of the Fiajo Constitutional Review Commission, which was headed by my own good friend and former colleague, whose secretary was my own good friend and former colleague, the current dean of the University of Ghana Law School, Professor Raymond Atuguba. I am also keenly aware of the fact that the government white paper accepted to abolish the recommendation of the commission to abolish the regional tribunals. However, an American justice of the Supreme Court, a justice of the Supreme Court of the US, very famous, Oliver Wendell Holmes, he once said that the life of the law has not been logic, but experience. When experience has taught us that there are deficiencies in our justice system. In fact, when the honorable nominee was talking about the honorable member, I'm sorry, I have been here since 9:30, you have to forgive me. When the honorable member was talking about delays, he's a legal practitioner and he knows that the traditional court system is also plagued with a lot of delays. You also know that sometimes they disregard the fundamental human rights of citizens. During the tenure of your own government, Afoko, Gregory, when a court of law ordered that he should be granted bail, you still callously detained him, and he's in detention now. That's a violation of the right of Gregory Afoko to liberty. So these things occur whether you are dealing with the traditional court system or a tribunal system. Okay? The good thing is to have men and women of integrity who will administer the law or administer justice in accordance with law. And that is what we are seeking to do with the re-establishment of the public tribunals. I think that our experience has taught us that the participation of ordinary citizens in the justice system is a good thing. And that is why, having thought about it, we are re-establishing it. But of course, we are governed, as I said, by a constitution, and I believe that there will be limitations to the powers of the tribunal as far as respect for the rights of persons appearing before them is concerned.
Thank you very much. I recognize Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dahamapo for a supplementary question.
Chairman, thank you very much. Professor Ini, you are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You taught me, and you taught me well, and I'm very happy that you got this nomination. Now, you're also my chairman of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, and I second chair you. And I know the quality that you put into your work. So you also taught me legal system. So let me clarify this. Are you actually saying that you are going to establish or create these tribunal courts, or you are going to implement the law? Because Article 142, Prof, is very clear in the establishment of tribunals. And it says, Chairman, with your leave, Article 142.1 says, there shall be established in each region of Ghana such regional tribunals as the Chief Justice may determine. Now, the Courts Act, 1993, variously amended in 202 and 203, actually imported Article 142 into the Courts Act. and actually added more in terms of the creation of the regional tribunals. So when the impression is created that you are going to create these court systems, I got confused. So I want to find out from you, are you going to rather implement the law, asking that regional tribunals be established, shall be established, or is going to be your creature by policy? Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Chair, on a point of order, he said that the Courts Act.
You don't have the floor.
He says.
You do not have the floor. Even at point of order, I need to give you the floor. Honorable nominee, may you proceed to answer the question?
Well, I agree with my former student that I taught him well. He's drawn a distinction that I glossed over. The tribunals are actually established by the Constitution under Article 142. Now, the Courts Act was variously amended, and sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I don't have the amendments here, but I do remember vaguely there was an attempt to delete provisions relating to the tribunals by the VCRAC committee. So if you take the compendium, the green compendium, I think that was where it was done. And the idea was to take them out, in terms of the statutory implementation. So what I would do, if Parliament gives me the nod, is to overhaul the law relating to the public tribunals by bringing a new bill that I will introduce rapidly, because the President has hit the road running, and we, his nominees and his appointees, are his, supplementary wheels. We have to help him, to run as fast as possible. So I will bring a bill that will comprehensively deal with the implementation of the letter and spirit of Article 142 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Yes, you want a point of order. Is the point of order relating to the answer or the question being asked?
Mr. Chair, both. It made reference
but
to an
you know, under the rules, you cannot take a point of order on a question being asked.
Mr. Chair, on the answer. On the answer.
Now, tell me what exactly is the answer that you are taking the point of order on?
Mr.
And
Chair,
what is your point of order?
Very respectfully. The Courts Amendment Act of 2002 amended the Courts Act of 1993 to abolish the district and community tribunals. So the only tribunal which remains on our statute book is the regional tribunal, which the Constitutional Review, government has accepted the Constitutional Review Committee's report to abolish. So that is the only tribunal which is on our statute book.
So how different is that from the answer provided by the nominee, that he doesn't have the Court Act here, but he believes of an attempt to take it off from the Court Act?
So
it's not different.
Mr. Chair, very respectfully, this is a committee of record, so it is important that records are set so
Thank
that
you very
listeners
much.
will know that it doesn't exist anymore.
Then pose a question is John Dako.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I'm sure you are aware of a company called Cassius Mining. That company obtained a grant of prospecting license from the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources sometime in 2016. Actually, 14 days after the Mahama administration had lost power. The company at the time did not comply with the prospecting license. And they had made an application for renewal of the prospecting license. Following that, Honorable nominee, you became the counsel for...
Honorable Member,
Cassius Mining.
do you have the evidence that the company did not comply? And in any case, that particular company is not before us. So you know the rules relating to speaking about persons who are not before us and will not have the opportunity to defend themselves. So be guided.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So following that, Mr. Nominee, you became the counsel for Cassius Mining and made demands on the government for renewal of the company's prospecting license. In fact, Mr. Nominee, you, as a lawyer for the company, you wrote a letter dated 21st February 2020, attention the Chief Executive Officer of Minerals Commission. You stated variously, but in particular, clause 4 of your letter to the Chief Executive of Minerals Commission, you stated that the fact that the two shareholders of the company prior convictions cannot vitiate the license, it is not a relevant consideration. You stated, Mr. Nominee, that it is spurious and disingenuous for you to suggest that the minister can, on this basis, refuse to grant the license renewal. But even if it were so, damages will still flow and the government of Ghana will remain liable. Mr. Nominee, it will interest you to know that about 2 weeks ago, this company, Cassius Mining, for which you were once their legal counsel, has filed an arbitration against the government of Ghana, claiming in excess of 440 million United States dollars at the London Center of International Arbitration. The Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana is supposed to defend the Republic against all claims, including one such as this. Now, you were once the lawyer of this company. You believed in their claim against the government of Ghana. Mr. Nominee, are you going to ensure that when the Republic goes to defend this claim, the Republic of Ghana will not be burdened with this $441 million? And I'm saying this because of the appearance of conflict of interest.
I recognize Honorable Kwame Agboja.
Leader, the procedures here will all encourage our first-timers to participate fully in this. Indeed, that is why our side and the side of the minority brought in first-time MPs. But in this committee, you can lay preamble to ask your question, but not to make, endless statements. And I sit here and I ask myself, when is the question going to come? So, Chairman, can you direct that it is not against the procedures here to lay a preamble, but that must be brief, then you go to your question. Because I get lost as to whether somebody is making a statement or asking a question.
You see, Chairman, people, Honorable Whip, people sit outside and sometimes they bash the members of the committee. Being outside and having the opportunity to ask the question are two different things. We now have the opportunity, pose the question, but I will allow the nominee to provide an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is right. I have been instructed previously by Cassius Mining. I filed pleadings in the High Court in Bolgatanga together with my junior partner, Mr. Gorin Tamaklo. We litigated various applications before the courts. I want to put it on record that I'm no longer Cassius Mining's lawyer. However, I'm keenly aware of the fact that the Constitution prohibits a situation where a public officer puts himself in a position where his private interest conflicts with the performance of his public duties. As Attorney General of the Republic, I will be the Republic's lawyer. As the Republic's lawyer, I am supposed to act in the best interest of the Republic, in accordance with the best traditions and ethics of the legal profession. I will not, in any manner whatsoever, compromise the interests of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable Member, if you care to know, and I'm sure you are very well aware, that I was Deputy Attorney General under the former Attorney General, Honorable Marietta Brew. And for 4 years, we handled that ministry in such a way that the US government described the Attorney General's office as a corruption-free zone. We handled the ministry in such a way.
You are not supposed to take part in the proceedings. So remain silent and observe the proceedings. You are only here to observe.
So, Mr. Chairman, when we were in office, you can go back and check the records. There was no single incident, except the Wyoming matter that came before we assumed office. There was no single incident of questionable judgment that's arising out of or in connection with the performance of the obligations of the Republic in any contract or legal transaction. So I can assure the House that I will take measures if they are before the London Court of International Arbitration. I'm quite familiar with that tribunal. I've appeared before that tribunal several times, and I can assure you that I will put in the measures that will ensure that the interest of the Republic is not compromised.
Thank you very much.
To follow up, Mr. Chairman, with respect.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Nominee, do you believe in the propriety of their case against the Republic?
With all due respect, I believe you have indicated the matter is before the court. Is that not so?
Mr. Chair, I think
and
it's a fair
he
question.
is no longer the lawyer for the company. So in vetting the nominee, you cannot be soliciting for his opinion on that particular matter. So ask another question.
Okay, no. I never said I don't have any. Okay.
Please, have you finished asking the question?
No, since you didn't allow him to answer that question, I'll move on to another one.
Well, I have the right, if I feel the question is soliciting the opinion of the nominee, I can overrule you.
Even if he can answer, Mr. Chairman, I understand.
The question is overruled. If you are done, let me give the opportunity to another person.
Mr. Chairman,
I believe you are done. I will then give the opportunity to Honorable Shaibu.
Mr. Chairman, with respect, I am not done.
Honorable Shaibu, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, with respect, I am not done.
Chairman, with all due respect, please allow him to conclude. Please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your understanding. Mr. Nominee, your firm is on record as having acted for a number of companies which have gone on to make huge claims against the government. In some of these cases, the companies were formed between the year 2013 to 2017. Your firm was the law firm which acted as lawyers for the firm, for the firm. At the same time, you were the Deputy Attorney General. After you left office, the companies proceeded to go on international arbitration against the Republic, claiming millions of dollars. We have an example in GPGC, which was the claimant in the Trafigura arbitration case. Mr. Nominee, your law firm's address, Ayeni Feli & Co., is
Honorable John Dako. The nominee told the whole world that he is mindful of the conflict of interest situation. When he was a Deputy Attorney General, nothing of that nature happened. He's now before us to be vetted for the position of the substantive Attorney General. Why do you keep on asking questions relating to his law firm?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's very important. The honorable nominee, which I know very well, is going to be the chief enforcer of our laws. And so, Mr. Chairman, and he's capable, I know him very capable of answering any question posed to him.
It is not the capability. It's not the capability of answering the question, but we need to be guided by the rules. You know, the law firm Ayine and Associates is different from Honorable Dr. Akuritinga Ayine.
Yes. Yes. But it doesn't mean that he cannot answer. When there is a semblance of conflict of interest, I think that it will be in his own interest to answer that question, to clear the minds of all of us.
Honorable members, do you have any further question?
Mr. Chairman.
I ask the nominee not to answer such a question. I will now give the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I think you have been unfair to me. Yes, Mr. Chairman, if you believe that, for instance, this question...
Did you say I'm being unfair to you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with respect.
Why do you say so?
Because, Mr. Chairman, you are not allowing me to ask the questions I'm supposed to ask.
But I have the right to overrule you. We are guided by rules.
And the people need
but we are guided by rules.
The people must hear.
Are you aware we are guided by rules?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but I don't
you cannot even ask incriminating questions.
I don't think at this point I have violated any rules of this House. Mr. Chairman, I haven't...
Why lies the question of conflict of interest when the nominee has already provided the answer?
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable John Dako, you are out of order. I give the floor to Ahmed Shaibu.
Order, Chairman.
I give the floor to Honorable Ahmed Shaibu.
Chairman, order. Chairman, I want to intervene.
We have Ahmed Shaibu and Muhammad Shaibu.
Chairman.
Okay,
Chairman, colleagues.
Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Chairman, before I go into colleagues, please, let's resolve matter. Chairman, I am making this point. If you check our rules book, you have the chairman of the committee and you have the vice chair. And you have the ranking and you have deputy ranking. In principle, what our standing orders is trying to say is that there is a presumption of a co-chairing of this exercise. To allow, otherwise, if you will never, you would always want to have your say, but you don't want others to speak. That is your problem, NDC. That is your problem. Yes, we don't judge. Okay, if that is what you want to do, you're right, no problem. You will listen to me. Chairman, you can't say out of, you can say, you've said that to my members. If you now want to extend it to mean that I'm out of order and order, let's have
if the standing orders,
can the vice chair leave?
If the standing orders has
Can I finish? Can I finish, my respected vice chair? Can I finish? Chairman, we are here
we are here to work as a team. The rule talks about the chair and vice chair. If this committee is to deal with a sole chair without anybody to work to express a view, it would have limited it to chairman and vice chair and nothing else. In Parliament, whenever there is a chair, there is a ranking. It is not to checkmate, but to work together and to express views of the House. When we try to put issues across, we have some of your senior colleagues who reach out quietly to say, oh, please, you are going too much. We listen to them. We want to work together. But Chairman, with the greatest respect, I have observed consistently the way you go at my members, especially the young ones, the new ones. It's not the right way. I've been quiet watching, and I will just be pinching you, the chairman. Please, you take it easy. Take it easy. But the way it is going, I think it is not too right. To the extent that, as your co-chair, and I want to state this on record, well, the standing, don't worry. If you give it a purposive interpretation, it will lead you to that conclusion. Please, let's understand each other. This vetting should have taken place tomorrow, all three of them. We mean well, and I want to state that on record. We mean well as a minority. We cooperated to have days, 21 days or 15 days notice to be waived so that you can form your government as quickly as possible. I am pleading with you, Chairman. Chairman, I am pleading with you. I do not. Can I finish? No, I'm not done. I want to be Honorable Mahama Yerga. I need to be done. I would have to be done. I do not like this situation whereby your side is still behaving as though you are in the minority. You are not in the minority. You are now in government. Please, we mean well. It is the reason why we are here. Stop the approach you are adopting. I am pleading with you. I am humbly pleading with you, Chairman. We plead with you. The approach will not help all of us.
You see, honorable members, I will give the floor to...
Chairman, he did not finish. Please. No. Chairman. The gentleman, no, Chairman. No, he didn't finish. He had called somebody. Chairman, all my plea is... Chairman, I beg you, allow him. Chairman, please.
You see, honorable members, we don't sit here to gag any member, but we rather give you directions. The fact that we are guiding and giving you directions as an honorable member of parliament, you should take a cue and proceed. If I want to apply the rules strictly, as the former First Deputy Speaker have been doing, what happened today, we may not be experiencing some of those things. According to him, you are asked to ask a question, you ask the question, but we have allowed you to run commentaries, sometimes to read write-ups before asking the question. So I would urge all of you particularly the new members to take guidance from the chair. We are here to guide you. We are to guide you. So if you still have one more question, you may proceed to ask the question. I beg you. I'll give you the floor after that. I'll give you the floor after that. Oh, hold on with your question. Let me give the floor to Honorable Kwame Agoja.
Chairman, you see, nothing happening today.
Please, let's have order. Order.
Chairman, what the minority leader said about NDC being intolerant or they have been more cooperative is totally untrue. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we've had situation when the president nominated people on Friday and we came here on Saturday to vet the people. No advertisement or anything. So what is the minority leader talking about? That they have been more cooperative than us? That is not true. What we are saying is that, yes, indeed, we've had first-timers in the House, indeed, in the chamber. We've seen first-timers from both sides walking across the maze because they were not yet gone through orientation. So when, unfortunately, they haven't gone through full orientation, they come to committee, and instead of asking questions, coming to read statement, it is appropriate we put them right. That should not be a situation anybody could interpret to mean that somebody is being gagged. And let it be known, as a matter of fact, at the appointment committee, we never allow friends or non-members to ask questions. It's because we wanted to carry everybody along that we give them the opportunity. So, Chairman, I would encourage you once again, stick to the rules. When you give an opportunity to somebody to ask question, let that person ask the question and let's move on. This endless rhetoric of trying to quote things and never relate it will not help anybody. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, let's make progress, but let everybody who gets opportunity ask the question and let answer the question. Chairman, I also noticed, anyway, you go on.
Thank you very much, Honorable Momo Latte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, for indulging me. I am very much concerned about what is happening here. And in as much as we don't want it to look like newcomers are being gagged, I think that parliamentary practice and procedures transcends the presence of this parliament. If we want to do it, we have to do it right, because you'll be going out there meeting other parliaments. So in the name of supporting first-timers or newcomers, all of us are still learning. But if we refuse to learn the right way, we will go out there and embarrass not just ourselves, but the Parliament of Ghana. So I'll plead with us, in as much as we want everybody to have the freedom to express himself or herself, let us do it within the laws, so that when we go out there, we'll have the confidence to operate. Leadership will not be there all the time to protect us. Even leader might not be on the floor of parliament every time we have to rise and talk. So if we don't learn it the right way, we are the ones who are going to suffer. So I'll plead with you, let's do it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We've been patient the whole day. Sometimes you get up and put on the microphone without being given the floor. We've been tolerant. It doesn't happen anywhere that you get up and then you put on the microphone. Somebody is asking a question. Then you said you are on a point of order. How do you take point of order on a question being asked? Well, you said you have one question more. May you proceed to ask the question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I want to believe that everything is being done from a good
John,
place.
can you proceed with your question? Can you proceed with your question?
Yes, leader, thank you. So, honorable nominee, my question is, have you filed your asset declaration?
He's asking whether you have filed for asset declaration.
Yes, I have. I'm always complying with asset declaration. I mean, the filing of asset declaration. I've done that. Not for 2025, but for the last parliament, I filed my asset declaration.
Which is 2020, ending 2024?
Yes.
Okay. But I don't think the committee has a copy or evidence of filing. When I'm looking at the Constitution, if you look at the Constitution, Article 286, yes.
If you have a follow-up, please go ahead with your question, the follow-up.
Before you come in to ask the question, I want us to be guided by the constitutional imperative in Article 78, which states that for you to qualify as a minister, you must qualify to be a member of Parliament. The nominee before us has just gone through election and was elected the 4th time as a member of Parliament and sworn in as a member of Parliament. So let us be guided by the constitutional imperative in Article 78 and 94.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Nominee, your law firm, that is Ayeni, Feli & Co., is on record to have been used as a registered address for a company called GPGC. Now, my question is, did you advise on the agreement between GPGC and the government of Ghana, of which you were the Deputy Attorney General then, and which led to a judgment debt of $134 million against the state?
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, it is important to set the record straight because this is a House of Record. This is a Committee of Record. I became Deputy Attorney General, I think, in April 2018. When I was nominated, because I did not have the right to practice, my firm, or the firm of lawyers to which I belonged, was being run by Dr. Abdul Basit Bamba. And when GPGC came into Ghana, he was a lawyer who was approached to help them navigate the process of company registration. And he was the one who registered the company for them. And he had the right to do so to earn a living. He wasn't banned from practicing because I was Deputy Attorney General. Subsequently, Dr. Abdul Basit Bamba left Ayene and Fele, now Ayene and Partners. And when he was leaving, because GPGC was his client, he took them along. Okay? At the time of their PPA, he was no longer a member of my law firm. And I had no dealings whatsoever with GPGC in my private capacity prior to being nominated and appointed Deputy Attorney General of the Republic. And my former boss, the Honorable Marietta Brew, was very gracious to me because I came from academia. And one of the things that, the subjects that I taught, and I'm sure you took my natural resources law course, I was the head of the natural resources law department that included, petroleum. So she, subject to reporting to her, I was in charge of the petroleum and energy aspects, of any transaction that came to the department. Yes, so I issued a legal opinion on GPGC all right, which was because the PPAs are standard, the provisions are standard. You can take any normal PPA, the variations are not many. So I issued a legal opinion for them. I mean, I signed it for and on behalf of the Attorney General. So technically speaking, it was Honorable Maretepu's opinion, not mine. But whatever the case, when the dispute started because of the actions and omissions of your government, I was no longer in office, and I never acted as a private legal practitioner in any of the disputes. Mr. Chairman, that's all I can say for now.
I believe you have exhausted your questions. It is now the turn of
thank you.
Jerry Ahmed Shaibu.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. The name is Shaib, S-H-A-I-B, with all due deference. Dr. Ine, congratulations.
Thank you.
Doc, in 2021, during the hearing of the election petition, you were cited by the Supreme Court of Ghana for scandalizing the court. The matter was referred to the General Legal Counsel. The matter is still pending. My view and my question is that, are you, with all due deference, not in the position to have the matter resolved before you take up this high office of Attorney General and Minister of Justice? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable member, before you come in, the matter is pending quasi-judicial decision. I believe we have a lot of members of parliament who have been sworn in with the matter pending judicial decision. To what extent does a member's involvement in a pending lawsuit disqualify him from being a member of parliament, let alone a disciplinary proceedings against a member? So, with all due respect, we need to be fair to all manner of people, and we ask very fair questions to the nominees. So, ask another question with all due respect.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I'm not too sure if I can respond to your question before going to the other question.
See, that is why I've indicated that the practice in the House is that you are guided by the chair. You are guided by the speaker. So you take the guidance and proceed accordingly to ask another question.
Very well, Mr. Chair. I take a cue. Dr. Ine, during the Mills Mahama government, in which you served as the Deputy Attorney General, the state lost a number of international arbitration cases and local ones as well. And to a larger extent, some amounts of monies involved were quite humongous. My question is that, how do we prevent the recurrence of such situations? And the case that comes to mind is the Balkan case. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Nominee, your answer, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there is never a perfect government. And so sometimes public officers act in a manner that incurs liability for the Republic. But as I said, when we were in office, we did very well in trying to prevent such situations. The Balkan situation arose before I took office as Deputy Attorney General. And in fact, by the time I was Deputy Attorney General, the arbitration was at an advanced stage. In fact, I think they were awaiting the award. And the award came down in favor of Balkan. I think it was about $12.5 million or something to that effect. $13 million in favor of Balkan. For us to be able to prevent such situations, state actors, I mean the ministries, departments, and agencies, and the public officers must make sure that they do the right thing. So, for instance, one of the things that I want to emphasize, which we started briefly before we left office, was for us to conduct legal due diligence, of all companies that are seeking to do business with the government, especially where the stakes financially are very high. And so we will attach the legal due diligence report, even if we ourselves cannot do it. We'll get private law firms to conduct the legal due diligence so that we do the right thing by the law. Mr. Chairman, I think we're all in this country when a certain huge transaction came before Parliament, and then when the company was being traced to London, we realized it was a hairdressing salon, CNTC, and it was not President Mills who was in power. It was not His Excellency John Dramani Mahama who was in power. It was His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, a man that I respect very much, whose government was in power. It was a hairdressing salon, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up question?
Last one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Ayene, so my last question is, what are the kinds of agreements that ought to receive parliamentary approval under Article 1815 of the 1992 Constitution?
I'm surprised my former student is asking me this fundamental question. Where there are loans, loans and, international economic or business transactions in which the government of Ghana is party, or to which the government of Ghana is party. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We now take a question from Honorable Samia Uku.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for emphasizing that a question. Congratulations, nominee. Doc, I want to refer you to an interesting case, a case of a company called Eland International. And I want to believe that you are familiar with the company Eland International. And in laying the foundation, just for a minute before my question, Eland International, sometime in our history, had a case and made a claim subsequently to the international arbitration, where, as we speak, since 2005, they only waited to file these arbitration claims of $320 million against the government and the state of Ghana. I'm also reliably informed, and I stand to be corrected, that sometime 2014, 2015, when you happen to be the Deputy Attorney General, you tried to settle this matter somewhere in India and Dubai. Said I stand to be corrected on that. But there was somewhere in 2014, 2015, in your capacity as a Deputy Attorney General. Now that they have filed these claims of $320 million, and being a company that you are familiar with in terms of the history of this case, what assurances can you give the people of Ghana, and for me, my constituents in Akuapem North, that our incoming principal legal advisor to government will be fair in handling this matter so we do not lose revenue? And I'm asking this because, respectfully, if you will just observe, many of the questions hovers around judgment debt. And I'm not taking a partisan position on this matter. And it's because the state, over several decades, we have lost significant revenue through some of these claims, whether under government A or government B. So it's become an industry for some people, an element that some operate across these political parties. And also, lastly, for the record, it's not just Woyome case that preceded you, but also under the same Mills Mahama government that I Sofoton and the rest as well, just as a matter of record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May you proceed to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to put it on record that I have never served as counsel for Elan. Yes, I was involved in two aspects. One was the case, the famous promissory note case that was brought by Standard Bank Offshore Trust against NIB. And then I served as the lawyer for NIB. As the first defendant, Elan was the second defendant, but had a completely separate legal representation. So I've never served as their lawyer, so I'm not conflicted in any way. I also want to put it on record that I am not aware of this arbitration that you have referred to. And Mr. Chairman, I believe we are a committee of parliament, but there are certain rules and practices and conventions of the legal profession that we need to abide by very, very carefully. When a matter is pending before arbitration, you are not even supposed to discuss it. That's what is the position. Even when an award has been granted, especially when it is before bodies like the London Court of International Arbitration, the International, the Permanent Court of Arbitration, etc., you are not supposed, to discuss them. But as Attorney General, I will take all the steps that are necessary, as I said, to protect the interests of the Republic. Because once I'm sworn in, the Republic is my is the only client that I have. And I must act in the best interest of the client in accordance with the ethics of the profession. So I'll do everything in my power to ensure that we defend vigorously the interests of the Republic in this arbitration that you are referring to.
Thank you very much for your answer. I will allow you one follow-up question, if any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your generosity this evening. Mr. Chairman, I think it will also be hugely unfair for the Parliament of Ghana to be precluded from discussing a matter because it's also pending before the arbitration, because it has significant bearing on our finances. And as we all know, we are not in normal times as far as revenue is concerned. The matter that I raised was to draw your attention. Once you are not aware that they have filed an arbitration claim of $320 million, I'm only informing you in advance so that, God willing, when you are gifted with that opportunity, it should be one of the issues before you. Because once they have made that claim, it is clear that they are taking steps to extract that from our very dry pockets as well. Thank you.
Is that matter still pending?
Yes. Because in fact, they have filed a claim in November, and that's why I'm informing the incoming Attorney General about it.
Well, be guided of the fact that we cannot be commenting on the matters of judice.
I take you from the Chairman.
Thank you very much. Is done the last question. No, it was not really a question. You are just seeking the indulgence of the nominee. Is that not so?
Exactly.
Then I came in to say that, is that matter pending a judicial decision? We cannot be seen to be commenting on the matter sub judice, and you take a cue from it. Is that not so? So I am most grateful for you taking a cue from it. It's now the turn of Honorable Patrick Yao Buama.
Honorable Adongo, you are here for the finance minister, so you can leave. Why are you questioning the chairman? Thank you very much, Chairman, and the opportunity. Let me use the opportunity to congratulate my lecturer and senior brother. and a firm believer of the Mischief School. And I'm sure Professor Kumadu will be very happy to see you in the chair. Congratulations, Doc. Doc, we've been talking about ORA, special prosecutor, and what have you. People want to find a very quick way in administering criminal trials in this country. The immediate past Attorney General came to the floor, introduced an amendment to Act 30. It went through first reading, second reading, and consideration stage. But it could not see the light of day because we could not take it through the clause by clause and also the third reading. Would you consider reintroducing the bill to enable your office take the necessary steps in the reforms proposed therein in our criminal justice system? Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. If the honorable member is seeking to know from me whether in terms of the scope and substantive content of that bill, it will be introduced as it was, my answer is no. The reason is because I disagree fundamentally with some of its logic. For instance, the whole idea that preliminary applications are being used to delay and stymie the conclusion of trials, I disagree with fundamentally. I think that lawyers should be allowed, if there are technical issues that judges have overlooked, they should bring applications, as many applications as they can. It is incumbent upon the judiciary to dispose of those in an expeditious manner so that the substantive trial can proceed. To bring statute, to basically try to constrain lawyers, from filing preliminary applications. Some of them are, fundamental in terms of seeking to do right by the law and procedure under Act 29 and Act 30. So I disagree fundamentally with it. I will take a critical look at it. I took part in the consideration, but I had fundamental issues with it. I'll take a look at it and see if it should be ever tabled at all, or that the status quo ante remains.
Thank you very much. Your submission is in tandem with the views of the Constitutional Legal Committee at the material moment. Why should we be in a hurry to convict people? I think anybody accused should be given all the opportunities to defend himself.
Yeah, Chairman, you and Honorable Ayimedu were very key on this bill. Let me go ahead and ask my question. I'm very satisfied with this answer. Honorable nominee, your office, your former office, and I believe, God willing, this House will approve your nomination to be AG, used the staff and the resources available at the AG's department to fight some arbitration cases. They did not hire any external or foreign counsel to assist their office, and they were successful in most of the cases. I'm sure you're aware of it. The ADR Center has been activated and set up in accordance with law, for which I believe that the forum for some of these arbitration proceedings ought to be Ghana, to save cost and to use the capacity. You are going to occupy the biggest chamber in the country. Are you going to assure the country that you will not expend so much money in the hiring of foreign counsel and you situate arbitration within the confines of the country so that lawyers and practitioners and the big staff that you have at the AG's department will have access to the ADR Center and practice their profession. Thank you.
I will otherwise term your question, the bar must prosper. Honorable nominee, you may proceed to answer the question.
Okay. Thank you very much. The use of in-house expertise is not new, but sometimes it may be the case that certain matters are specialized areas. There's no in-house expertise, to handle them. And sometimes they are also complex. And if the jurisdiction is not Ghana, and you're not familiar with the law and practice of the seat of the arbitration, you have to be careful that you have to be careful in not disregarding any advice to bring in lawyers from that jurisdiction in order to be able to conduct the case very well. So yes, I will consider the use of in-house expertise, but it's not exactly true that they use in-house lawyers throughout. The Attorney General kept saying that, but during the transition, we had evidence that they consistently paid foreign lawyers millions of dollars to do cases for this republic.
Honorable Boma, you have a chance to answer.
It's a very important question. And I want to elicit the views of my respected senior on the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Very wide. I ask this question every year, and I want to hear from my senior. You know the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is very wide. From appellate, you know everything. I need not go over it. Do you think the current composition of the Supreme Court ought to be augmented with some new appointments? And what do you think must be the ceiling, given the fact that some people don't even understand the workings of courts? And do you think they have the capacity, as we sit here now, to adjudicate on all the matters pending before them, from chieftaincy to appellate to whatever, a lot of them, about 7 of the jurisdiction?
No, Obama, if you said some people, who are those people?
Not every person understands that the Supreme Court handles a lot of matters, apart from what they perceive to be only political or constitutional matters. Some may be appellate matters. They have jurisdiction over chieftaincy matters originating from the House of Chiefs or the judicial councils, judicial review matters, and what have you, invoking the original jurisdiction of the court under Article 130. A lot more, about 7 or so. Election petition. And you have only 11 people handling all these matters. That's why I'm asking him. That's the gravamen of my question.
Very, very well. Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I agree with the Honorable Member that the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is very wide, and he has already enumerated them, so I don't need to repeat them. But you can deal with the issue of the caseload in 2 ways, in 2 broad ways. One is dealing with them through the adoption of very efficient mechanisms of deciding cases. All right, so I give you an example. In the United States Supreme Court, which has only 9 members, okay, and they have operated with 9 members for over hundreds of years. The United States of America is bigger than this country. Cases come from the district court all the way through the various circuits, okay, and their circuit costs, like, the 9th circuit, the 6th circuit, and so on, are very big. And sometimes if there's a federal element in a state matter, it can emanate from a state Supreme Court to the United States Supreme Court. And yet they still have only 9. You know how they deal with the cases efficiently? The judges, for every case that is coming, they look at the brief, and if they have already decided the matter, they simply let the registrar write a brief note, and it says set denied. All right? Set denied means that the justices are not interested in looking at this matter. And it's a very well-known procedure. So if you are a practitioner before the United States Supreme Court, you have to be very, very good at distinguishing cases to be able to convince them, to take up, your matter. So if it comes to them and they let their research, what they call them the clerks will review, they'll go to conference, and then they tell the registrar, right, set denied. That is it. You're not going to waste the time of the court by coming to appear before the court and call, for the case to be called and so on. I think that we should adopt very efficient, procedures like that, because sometimes people take very frivolous cases, frivolous appeals to the Supreme Court, for instance. I remember once I was before the court, and then somebody brought an appeal that had to do with the fact that he, the lawyer, was not there when a decision was granted against him. So he took this appeal all the way from the High Court to the Court of Appeal and then to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court was empaneled to hear him. It was so frivolous. So they gave it to him by way of speaking. They gave it to him that morning in front of all of us. So we should have procedural mechanisms that will sieve out all the frivolous appeals so that the justices are not burdened. One way is also to increase the numbers. But then the court itself, through the administrative, the exercise of the administrative powers of the CJ, should divide itself into specialized divisions, all right? So you can have the Supreme Court Constitutional Division, and you have 5 justices very specialized in constitutional law who will quickly deal with these matters, okay? And so on and so forth. Of course, you have some of them who are experts in criminal law, like my former teacher, Justice Henrietta Mensah-Bonsu. She could lead a panel of justices who will be dealing with criminal appeals. So specialization may make the court more efficient, and then the burden on the court will be reduced. But that would mean, for instance, that instead of 11, we may have 15, so that 5 each, could deal with, because the court is properly constituted with the Chief Justice and 4 other justices, of the court. That is what I would say for now.
Thank you,
Thank you
Dr.
very
Ine,
much.
and congratulations. I wish you the very best.
It's now the turn of Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to congratulate the nominee. It's a very good associate of mine. We've been to several programs together, and I've listened to him, to his lectures, and I must say that I don't even have the locus to be asking any question, but something is very dear to my heart, and which I must pursue. I remember in the previous Mills Mahama NDC administration, in which you served as a Deputy Attorney General, the state lost a number of international arbitrations and local cases at huge cost of the state. An example is the Balkan arbitration, in which about 13.5 million was awarded against the state. My only question is, how are you going to avoid the occurrences of these situations? Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I have previously answered this question, but I think I would indulge and then say maybe as closely as possible to the answer that I gave, which is that, we will do our best in the department to ensure that we negotiate well as far as the agreements are concerned. We do not take steps to abrogate when we know that the state will incur liability. We make sure that public officers, who are involved in in these transactions, do right by the law. So when we act right, we will win at the arbitration. It is the arbitrary termination or wrongful terminations, sometimes because the public officer that is engaged, in that conduct, that is a public officer issuing the letter of termination, does not or is not mindful of the financial liability that will accrue to the Republic as a result of his or her conduct. I think that we should begin to also punish, such people when they, misconduct themselves. That is all that I'll say for now. So when they know the legal consequences will be adverse, they will be careful not to arbitrarily terminate and then bring about judgment debt.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Yes, thank you very much. What would you do in your capacity as a Attorney General to continue the tradition of a zealous defense of the state's interest in international arbitrations? What specifically will you do? Yeah.
Thank you. Any answer to the question?
We definitely will be putting our best foot forward by getting lawyers, either local or international, that are knowledgeable, that are skillful, and that have integrity to represent the Republic and defend its interests, before these arbitral tribunals.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Over looming power crisis. Appointment Committee vets ministerial nominees for Finance, Energy and Attorney General's Office. Minister Designate for Finance, Dr. Atuforsen.
What innovative and practical measures will you champion to strengthen the capacity of anti-corruption institutions in the country?
Thank you for your question. Any answer?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Just to let the nominee know that my fashion taste will not change as Attorney General. The Honorable Member, I'm so tired. I'm reversing the cut. Yes. When it comes to the issue of corruption, as a country, we've tried various mechanisms. We've tried various institutional measures. We formed commissions of inquiry. If you go back to our history, the Olenu Commission of Inquiry was into the sale of import licenses and the bribery associated, therewith at the Ministry of Trade. For the lawyers around the table, you remember the case of Kenya versus the Republic. That case, arose out of
the Olenu Commission of Inquiry report. So using commissions of inquiry have been, has been one of the things that we've used to fight corruption. Of course, constitutionally, you remember that SRAJ is also another institution that has an anti-corruption mandate. And at the beginning of the Fourth Republic, you remember very, very well the work that its first chairman, Emil Schott, did with, high public officials appearing before the SRAJ. Some of it went to the Supreme Court in challenges, and there are decided cases dealing with the procedures that were adopted and so on. We've had, various other bodies that we've used and institutional measures that we've used to fight corruption. So, Mr. Chairman, there is no shortage of institutional measures, all right? When you set up institutions or you create institutions, and by the way, institutions are the rules of the game in the society. So, the norms, the practices, the hardcore statutes and so on are all, institutions. So there's no shortage of institutions in this country. But sometimes implementing the measures is where the problem is. So I'm going to give you one example. So we have the Whistleblowers Act, right? The Whistleblowers Act is supposed to, give whistleblowers who may be near the action as far as corruption, bribery and corruption is concerned, to provide the requisite information to law enforcement agencies to take action. Okay, and when I was Deputy Attorney General, we had situations where a whistleblower